Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
We've been watching a brand of football a lot this season, basically meathead football. Run, and defense. The question, of course, now that we're getting closer and closer to the divisional round of the playoffs and beyond, can you win this way? Can defense wins championships reign true again? It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
This playoff game against the Green Bay Packers, the Eagles' defense, there's a reason why they're the number one ranked defense in the NFL.
Somehow Hurts is going to take all the bullets. Regard Jalen Hurts for one thing, the idea that he protected the football. I will take that above all things.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
Finally getting closer. Like Wednesday, once we're done today.
Midweek point, baby.
It feels like you're there and you're closer to game day. It's going to be awesome.
And as I've said, I appreciate with this new life of ours, more so of mine, this morning show life. But you agree, the 3 o'clock start, beautiful for our bedtime routines. However, also beautiful that doesn't mean we have to wait all day. Waiting all day for Sunday night. No, I don't want to wait all day for Sunday night, man. I want to wait as little time as possible on a Sunday, on a game day Sunday, especially a divisional round. The butterflies, I don't need them flowing all day. So I love that it's 3 o'clock.
We have our friends coming in again for the weekend, coming up to watch the birds this weekend.
It's really cool if they do that every playoff game.
Yeah, it's nice when you're retired and you have money. They can just do whatever they want.
What'll that be like?
And that'd be fun. But we already made an early dinner reservation for Saturday night.
Nice.
So we're going to go out to dinner Saturday night early, so that way we can be in front of the TV to watch the Lions game.
Oh, it's good work by you.
And then we can watch and go, by Saturday night when you put your head on the pillow, we could, I'm not going to say that we will be, but we could be saying, win Sunday, and there's a third home playoff game.
Not happening, but that's okay.
It's going to be a great weekend. I'm not selling off the Commanders yet.
I will sell off the Commanders immediately.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't even feel remotely confident that they could win this football game.
I am not doing that
Saturday.
yet. I'm going to dream the yellow brick road.
Hey, good. You know what?
I'll dream for both of us.
I would never end your dreams,
How about
Johnny.
this? I'll dream for both of us.
All right, sounds good. I'll dream of other stuff.
There you go. Well, that's all.
All right.
That's all well and good, too.
Man, listen.
There we
Anyways, can defense wins championships reign true again? So we've talked a lot this season about whether or not the Eagles can win this way. And this way has usually turned into a conversation about the offense. The offense, of course, a very, very, very run-oriented offense. Jalen Hurts, 20 pass attempts, but efficient, right? Efficient pass attempts, scheming up guys wide open, maybe one hot read where you're designing plays for guys to get open. That's something that Kellen Moore has done well with this season, just not this past Sunday. But when we also talk about this way, we also have to talk about defense first. And we talk about run first all the time. This team might also be defense first at times. You saw it on Sunday. The defense won that football game. Did they get a couple touchdowns offensively, especially in the second half? Yeah, they did. But if it wasn't for the defense forcing 3 interceptions on Jordan Love, special teams, the Oren Burks fumble on the very first play, who knows how this game goes? So, Johnny, you have a lot of great information for us today on a lot of different topics, but we're going to start off with the defense. In a league where it's quarterback-driven, even though, let's face it, a lot of the quarterback play is subpar, but the top guys that are making boatloads of money, this is supposed to be the next quarterback era. It's not touching Brady and Manning and Breeze and Phillip Rivers. It's not touching that. It's just not been consistent enough. But you still think of Mahomes. You still think of Josh Allen. You still think of maybe 3-time MVP Lamar Jackson before you start thinking of other areas of the field. Not many talking heads, not many national shows. Hell, the NFL, when they promote upcoming games, they usually show the 2 quarterbacks.
Always.
Right? When
on the graphic, it's usually the quarterbacks in the forefront.
They're flipping the football.
And then they have, over their shoulders, they'll have like Saquon.
Yes. But it's normally not
Jalen and Saquon.
It's not Zach Bond.
No.
Right? It's not Jordan Davis clogging up running lanes, even though he might not show up on a stat sheet. So, John, forget the Eagles for a second. NFL in general, can defense win championships reign true again?
Can it? Yeah, because I think it's all about the individual matchups that come your way. I feel extremely confident about the Birds matching up with this Rams team that they're going to be able to do enough defensively and offensively to be able to advance. It is just it's a question because defense wins championships, honestly, is something that your dad says.
Okay.
Something from people from my era say. It's not something that honestly in the modern day NFL has held up.
Okay.
It's now defense has to be competent.
Yes.
But we've seen a Kansas City Chiefs team beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl with a middle of the pack defense 2 years ago. They had a middle of the pack rated defense. Then last year, their offense was middle of the pack and their defense was towards the top of the NFL. The Chiefs flipped the script.
So it has happened as recently as last year.
But they weren't the top defense. Bottom line is this. 4 teams have won the Super Bowl with the top defense in this century. So if we just go with, if it begins with a 2, the year 2000,
Yeah.
4 times a parade has happened for the team in 25 Super Bowls has happened for the team that has the number 1 defense. But it hasn't happened recently, brother.
Now,
it's been 10 years.
Now, if you drop it down to like top 5 defense,
then
I wonder how often that happens.
Then things change.
Because you could have a top 5, you could have the 5th ranked defense and the 9th ranked offense. That means the defense still outplayed your offense all season long.
You absolutely can say that. Where the one thing about the Super Bowl champions has been that there has been a consistency of balance for the most part.
Right.
There's been a relative balance to that consistency. In fact, the last time you saw a really bad defense win a Super Bowl was when Peyton Manning won his first one with the Colts.
Okay.
I think they were 30th.
That was a long time ago.
And that's a whole nother era.
Right, you can't have a bad defense.
You can't have a bad defense. You got to have a defense that is competent, but the lowest we've seen in the real modern era. So I'm going to take it from when you guys left high school.
Yeah.
So when you and Gunnar and Connor, who's out today, when you guys left high school, we're talking about one team has had a mediocre defense, and that was the Chiefs team that beat the Eagles. Every other team has trotted out like a top 10 defense.
Right.
Doesn't have to be 1. The Eagles are 1. And the Eagles also, though, have that fantastic value of being able to say, we have a fantastic offense to go with the defense.
Well, and it's complementary.
There.
It goes back to something we talked about yesterday. This complementary team, offense, defense, and what makes it even more complementary is the way they play, right? So you have a bend but don't break defense. It's not a pin your ears back defense. It's bend but don't break. Your offense is a run-first offense that bleeds a lot of clock. They are a perfect marriage. Those two styles of play, run-first offense, bend but don't break defense.
It is the perfect marriage of what you want.
And that's something that you probably should try to have on every single team. You don't want to have an aggressive defense and a passive offense, or reverse. You don't want to have a aggressive offense with a passive defense, because then all of a sudden it might hurt you in terms of time of possession.
Sure.
Right? Remember the Chip Kelly days. It was always go, 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 go on offense, and then the defensive players are gassed by the second quarter in week 2. Right? And then all of a sudden they're done for the rest of the season. So this team has a perfect marriage. So maybe it's more so the complementary question. Maybe it's more so, can defense win championships and run-first offense wins championships?
And I'm going to tell you why I believe the Eagles think defense can win them a championship with some numbers that I found from Sunday's game that'll surprise you.
Well, I will love to hear those later on this hour. Coming up next, we're going to continue to talk about the defense, but in a way I wasn't expecting to, Johnny.
Really?
The loss of Nakobe Dean, is it not as big as we thought?
Uh-oh.
And who could be the one who fills the shoes? We discuss this next. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Like John mentioned, Connor out today. Brendan Gunn in for him today. B. Gunn, good morning. Thanks for joining us today. It'll be right back. You'll hear from Jeff McLane, and you'll hear from Vic Fangio next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
I'm watching that game yesterday in total comfort.
8:13 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll obviously continue our question for you today about whether or not defense can win championships and the way this team is built, where it's defense first, run first, which is against the norm of today's NFL. But I want to play a couple of clips for you, and we'll react to it on the show here. So yesterday, when we had our man Jeff McLane on, you'll hear from Jeff a couple of times today, but instead of the offensive conversation, we'll start with the defense. So you brought up Nakobe Dean to Jeff McLane yesterday.
Yep.
And, I was surprised by his tone.
Well, he had a good tone yesterday. Jeff was a little spicy.
He did. He was a little spicy yesterday.
Spicy Jeff yesterday.
Which I appreciate, man.
Yeah, he brings a little energy. I like it.
But here was his response to, whether or not the loss of Nakobe Dean could be dire.
I don't think it's that dire because, you have, when Nakobe didn't play last time, you had two guys that were, they split. Orrin started, but they got Jeremiah Trotter in there a few times. So, you have two options, right? Better than one or none. And Orrin, he didn't really play great in the Packers game. Give him a full week of preparation the week before, 2 games before when he had to fill in for Nakobe. I thought he played better. And this is a guy that's been here before. He's played in 5 straight postseasons before, and has started in the NFL. I'm not saying he's going to go out there and play the way Nakobe was playing or play like Dick Butkus, but they feel confident with him versus maybe some of the other positions that they don't have guys that can just step in and have done it before. And Jeremiah Trotter again is I thought he played pretty well in that last game against the Giants when they played a lot of the reserves, and so there's a chance you could see him them splitting some time there as well.
That was a surprise to me. It wasn't like
the part where he said that when Burks played, he thought that he played better.
That he played better with a full week of preparation.
Yes.
Against the Cowboys game,
exactly.
which I agree. It's a tough spot for anybody to be in to just have to go in the middle of the game. And he is a veteran, so if you give him time to prepare, the guy's been in the league for a long time. He gets he knows what he's doing. There's just obviously ability that sometimes is a fall off from a starter like Nakobe Dean. But when you heard Jeff talk about it there, Jeff didn't sound like, man, that's a big loss for the Eagles.
No, he didn't. And
I was surprised by that.
I'm surprised too, but I trust Jeff's
me too.
eyes that he's been around enough to go, yeah, I think that's the Band-Aid where I think that they're going to be able to get it. I think you look at Jalen Carter up front, and you look at Jordan Davis. Like when Jordan Davis was in the other day on the obvious running down.
Yeah.
The Packers did nothing.
Yeah, they couldn't do what Josh Jacobs had what? How many yards after
when
13 carries at one? He then ended up popping off, but at one point he was like 13 for 39.
Well, whenever Jordan was in, he did nothing.
Yeah.
But then they started to run him in some passing
later in the game,
to get away from Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
And they literally were like, the writers for Green Bay, they wanted to get him away from Jordan Davis.
It's amazing.
Opportunities. So then you got Jalen Carter being a menace too. I think Jeff's probably looking at it as with a great secondary and a strong push up front, you can probably survive a linebacker.
Which I was surprised by.
I'm surprised by it too, but he's there. He's there every day, and I think he's got to be getting a good feel of it.
Well, and he also showed a lot of love to Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Now, I'll tell you right now, my first thought is, man, if we're relying on Jeremiah Trotter Jr., respectfully, rookie 5th-round draft pick, okay,
yes.
to have to fill a hole like Nakobe Dean is leaving you in a playoff game leaves me a little concerned. But you heard Jeff speak very highly of Jeremiah Trotter Jr. there. How about the defensive coordinator himself? Here's Vic Fangio on Little Axeman.
Yeah, I think Trot's got a good future, and that future may be now. He's got good instincts, really likes the game, smart. He's got a lot of good qualities.
I love that answer.
I know that's
he
short
snickers.
And sweet.
He snickers, though. It might be now.
And look, Vic Fangio, as we have spoken glowingly of him since he got here, is not afraid to give his honest opinion. He does not mince words.
No.
So he said, yeah, he's got a bright future. That future might start now. He didn't say, yeah, he still has a lot to learn. We heard that about Bryce Huff.
Yes.
Right? Bryce Huff, he played 1 snap this past Sunday. He kind of said some nice things about Trot Jr. there.
That Bryce Huff contract, jeez.
Yeah, that one might bite them in the rear end a little bit.
Wow.
So, okay, Nakobe Dean out, and it doesn't seem to be as big of a deal as we may have thought it was.
Toss it is to them who in the know, maybe it isn't.
We'll find out on Sunday. But anyways, can defense win championships? Can a run-first offense win championships? Can both on the same team win championships? Coming up next, we started a lot about the defense. We'll check out our text line at 610-632-0975. But we'll also look at the offense for the second half of the hour. Kellen Moore spoke on the performance from Sunday. And Stafford versus Hurts.
This is interesting.
Doesn't matter. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bring on the Rams. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell, a domestic litigation firm, is a partner you can count on. Call 866-323-7529 or visit CordellCordell.com. The Eagles are set to host the Los Angeles Rams this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. in the divisional round of the playoffs. And one aspect of the offense that many would like to see improved this weekend would be the passing game. Kellen Moore spoke about their struggles in the wild card round yesterday.
Passing game obviously wasn't our best performance. Certainly every person involved would love to have it be cleaner, and obviously that's sometimes how games go, unfortunately. Obviously something that we're all excited to navigate and find better answers moving forward.
The Sixers dropped their third game in a row last night, this time to the OKC Thunder by a score of 118-102. The Sixers were without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Paul George, but they're back in action tonight against the New York Knicks. You can listen to that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they lost last night in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets by a score of 3-2. This update was also brought to you by Wawa. Now through February 16th, Wawa Rewards members can visit any Wawa store to redeem their bonus offers for any $1 any size coffee, $2 iced coffee, and $3 Monster Energy. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your...
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Can defense win championships? Reign true again. That's how we started the show today.
Do you say it?
No.
Do you find yourself using that term?
No. Like, I don't think it's the days of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when it was Brad Johnson and that Tampa Bay defense.
Or the Ravens.
Or the Ravens with, not Bolt, no.
Trent Dilfer.
Trent Dilfer.
Well, you've named two of the teams with the number one defense that have won the Super Bowl since the 2000 season. You've named two of them, and that happened in the first 3 years.
Right.
4 years.
And then I remember we talked about this off the air the other day. Seattle was the other one.
Seattle's another one.
That was with Russ.
That was 2013.
And that was with Russ, who had a very good season. Don't tell Connor Thomas that.
And then Denver, when they won with Peyton Manning as their quarterback, but their defense carried them to a championship.
Right. So, I don't know if I'd necessarily say that, but I think competent defenses win championships. But this team's a little bit different.
Sure.
This team is a number one defense, a number one rushing offense, and toward the bottom of the league in passing. Now, a lot of that is because of not the inability to throw. They went away from it.
Is it, over the course of a whole year, can you say it's not the inability to do so? Like looking at the A.J. Brown stuff. First in the NFL in yardage per target, but 30th in the NFL in targets.
Yeah, because they run the ball. And so,
but you have A.J. Brown.
Yeah, and in the Pittsburgh game, they go, all right, shut up, everybody.
Yeah, I got you.
You know what I mean? Like,
I look at this, though, and I do wonder if we'll look back and say, did they rely too much?
Well,
did they rely too much?
And I speak so confidently on it because I'm standing on my business. Because I said, during the beginning portion of the regular season, remember how upset I was by Nick Sirianni talking about not knowing the identity of this team?
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, you do have an identity. It's physical up front and running the football.
And then he finally embraced that.
Because the offensive line walked into his office during the bye week and said, we got to run first. And if not for that meeting, I don't know how this season goes. Because I think at the time, that was what this team needed to do. Jalen Hurts was in his head about trying to make the big plays. You saw it all last season and how detrimental that was to the team at times, especially during the collapse.
Sure.
And this season, the first 4 games of the year, they went 2-2, and some of it was on the shoulders of Jalen Hurts and his inability to run the offense the way that they perceived would be the right way to run the offense to start the season. Then they make the change during the bye week. So I'm happy that they play the way that they play because I think that's what's best for this team, even though, as you mentioned, you have A.J. freaking Brown on this team.
NFL Live did a thing yesterday because of the Mike Vrabel, that whole New England thing where Vrabel loved A.J. Brown, never wanted to see him go. He freaked out on draft night when they traded him.
Deservedly so.
Well, absolutely. He had every right to be complaining about that one. But one of the things that they talked about was with A.J. Brown, 30th in targets, third and first in yards per target. That is never, I think it was 14th is the lowest that anybody's been yards per target leader and the number of targets.
Yeah.
The Eagles are woefully underusing A.J. Brown.
They might be, but they are also
and will
using
it come
him
back to haunt them
efficiently.
Because they don't use him enough because they're not in that rhythm that the day that they have to use him, it will cost them.
Well, the day they had to use it was Pittsburgh,
Pittsburgh
has just fine.
Pittsburgh sucked down the stretch, though.
I understand.
Maybe we find out. I personally am looking at it now. Maybe we find out that Pittsburgh win wasn't as big as we made it out.
Okay. Look,
it's not as big a win as we all made it out to be because we found out that Pittsburgh was a fraud team.
Well, it was still a big win against Baltimore.
Yeah, that was
a big win against L.A., in which Jalen had a good game in that one as well. I know Saquon had the big day.
We'll see what L.A. is this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, I speak confidently on it because this is what I wanted. So I'm going to stand by what I want. And if I end up being wrong, so be it. But it led to a 10-game winning streak.
It did.
So far, a win in the playoffs. All right, Gunnar, what do we have on the text line? 610-632-0975. So far about the defense. Before we get into Kellen Moore, because he spoke yesterday, and then Stafford versus Hurts.
Yeah, we got Blaine in Kentucky checking in. He says, I think we have to put this all into perspective with the defense. The main reason to me that a top-ranked defense hasn't won a championship, and I believe this Eagles team is different, is the other teams couldn't invest those resources in the offense because all the resources went to the defense. This Eagles defense is young enough, and they're not paying the guys, so most of the top-paid guys are on the offensive side of the ball.
They're the youngest defense in the NFL. And they have one of the largest disparities in spending versus offense and defense. So Blaine is correct on that front both ways.
Yeah, look, you have to hit. I mean, in today's NFL where it's offense, like I would love to see a breakdown of every team's cap and how much it's deferred to the offense versus the defense. I imagine 75% of the teams in this league are offense first, if not more. And then if that's the case, you have to hit on the defensive players in the draft. And we know that the draft can be a crapshoot. Hell, we saw it for like 20 years in this city where first-round picks on defense weren't hitting. The first-round picks, second-round picks, third-round picks, hell, later-round picks now are hitting with this Eagles team over the last couple of years. And that's why you've seen the defense so successful, and yet you can still allocate so much money toward the offense. Now, speaking of the offense, Kellen Moore spoke to the media yesterday. I was looking forward to hearing this press conference because he had one of the worst days on Sunday. It wasn't even a player. It was the offensive coordinator, at least in my opinion. I know Jeff McLane pushed back on that a little bit. We'll talk about that later on in the show. But here was Kellen Moore yesterday talking about the performance of the offense.
Passing game obviously wasn't our best performance. Certainly, every person involved would love to have it be cleaner. Play better in that aspect of the game. But I thought our guys, again, Jalen's credit, played clean football as far as protecting the football, gave us opportunities. We made plays in some situations when we had to, and obviously that's sometimes how games go. Unfortunately, obviously something that we're all excited to navigate and find better answers moving forward.
So he straight up said that it was bad and they wanted it better. I know I saw you responding to a guy on Instagram yesterday.
It's like he's saying that we heard something was bad. Kellen Moore thought it was bad.
Yeah, the offensive coordinator himself is telling you that he thinks it was bad.
I mean, Kellen Moore thought it was bad, and
it was bad.
Kellen was honest. And I don't understand why a fan would watch that game and go, yeah, I don't know why they're saying it was bad. No, it was bad.
No, it was bad.
It was bad. It really wasn't good.
And then he touched on Jalen Hurts a little bit here. Take a listen to what he thought about the quarterback's first game back after missing the final 2 weeks of the regular season and 3/4 of the third to last game of the regular season.
I thought Jalen responded really, really well. I thought, coming out of that thing, having not played for a few weeks, it wasn't perfect, but I thought he settled in. And, in that second half, we were able to play with some tempo, play with some pace. He was able to play some clean football and give us some opportunities to score down the stretch.
He was much better in the second half, or at least more efficient. And remember, he was 6 for 6 to start.
Oh, it looked beautiful so early on.
And we're going, all right, there's no rust here.
He was getting more time early.
He was.
I think that the adjustments that the Packers made to exploit the Eagles' offensive line started to pay off.
Well, and that's the thing. They made adjustments, and then the Eagles never found the adjustment to the Green Bay adjustment.
Correct.
Until later in the third quarter, and then that 7-minute drive. But that's when they just started running the football. Remember, Green Bay makes the adjustment. The Eagles stopped running the football.
That was it.
I don't know how both happened. I don't know how the Eagles just completely went away from the football.
I don't understand what they were thinking in there. And so many times this year, we've said this in games. What were they thinking?
Yeah.
Like, why? When something's working, I'm just of the belief that you just do it till they tell you till they show you that they can stop it.
9 carries for 56 yards in the first half for Saquon Barkley. That was not enough.
He's getting 6 yards a pop. And you say, nah, you know what? We don't want to do that too often. I don't understand it. Like when the other team can't stop you doing something, why are you going away from that?
And when your passing offense isn't working, if your
Correct.
passing offense is, bing, bing, bing downfield, okay, fine, balance it out. But it wasn't working. Your ground game was.
No.
And you went away from it. All right, Stafford versus Hurts on Sunday, Johnny.
Interesting.
Talk about it.
The better quarterback is?
Look, I know people are going to.
They're going to get on.
They're going to take offense to this. I still believe that Matt Stafford is close to the top 5 in the NFL.
I think Matt Stafford is, right now at this point in his career, he's the better quarterback.
Yeah, and I know people are going to take exception to that, but that doesn't mean I think Jalen Hurts stinks.
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't mean that I don't think Jalen Hurts can beat Matt Stafford. I just think if you're telling me quarterback play, the throws that Matt Stafford can make all over the place
not even
are
close.
some throws that Jalen Hurts can't make.
And he also, though, there's a difference. You're talking about it right there. The throws that he can make or the throws that he's also willing to attempt.
Right.
He gets that ball out so fast.
He does.
He just doesn't. That's why the Eagles' pass rush may be not able to exploit it on Sunday. The better quarterback in this game coming up on Sunday is Matt Stafford. I don't think the difference, what they're asked to do, is going to be that big
yeah,
difference.
and it's not like Matt Stafford's 1 and Jalen Hurts is 15.
But if Matt Stafford was behind this offensive line with Saquon Barkley and these receivers, I promise you A.J. Brown wouldn't be 30th in targets.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit different.
They would run a different offense.
Well, that's also the style of quarterback that he is.
Correct.
So we'll expand a little bit more on this coming up next. This should not be something that
It's not
causes people to
controversial.
freak out, but I know it will because it's playoff time, and we're talking about the two quarterbacks that are playing this Sunday against each other. So we'll discuss that coming up next. Also, it's a weird source, John.
Uh-oh.
But people are finally starting to catch on to us.
Interesting.
I'll tell you what next. Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli, Bill Colarulo, and Ray Dunn. They have a lot to say about Philadelphia sports. The big stories you want to hear.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I just heard the return there. The watch party with Ricky Bowe and Tyrone Johnson, Landmark Americana, University City.
Have not tried it.
I
heard it's
I have
great.
a Landmark right near me in Glassboro. It's like a college bar.
Good.
But then it's also like a family-friendly kind of place. So, like, that's the spot where Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, you're drinking up. But if the family visits you on a Sunday,
you can still go and have a meal with your mom and dad.
Have a meal with mom and dad. I love Landmark. I think it's a fun spot. So that's a cool place in University City. My sister went to Drexel, so I've been to that Landmark Americana loads of times.
So she's pretty smart.
Yeah, she got the brains. And
what'd you get?
I just got the.
There you go.
I made it.
There you go.
I made it.
Hey,
through the rest of the swimmers. That's what I got.
First night of school tonight.
Oh,
so I'm
Professor John.
I may meet the next Andrew Salciunas, the next Brendan Gunn.
Apologize to them for us. All right.
Seriously, can't wait to see it.
All right. So we touched on this last segment. We're gonna dive a little bit deeper into it here. So Stafford versus Hurts on Sunday,
which I'm sure will be very popular with people.
It is okay to say that the Eagles are the better team, but the Rams have the better quarterback.
They have the better quarterback.
And I don't think that should be considered a slight toward Jalen Hurts, and I don't think anybody should be offended by that, but I know how we operate around here. I get it.
Again, very simply, if every general manager was in a room and this entire Eagles roster was constructed, you have the entire Eagles roster except quarterback, and you asked every general manager to come in a room and go, well, what quarterback are you picking to quarterback this team? I believe it would be almost unanimous that someone would say Stafford, because the running, the passing, the offensive line.
And we're talking about a 1 year thing. You're not signing into a 5-year contract.
And I don't think it would be, though, that people would be, again, slighting Jalen Hurts. I would just think that it would be, wow, that's a pretty good deal to be able to have his arm with these receivers and that running back and that offensive line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That should not be a slight toward Jalen Hurts. I mean, Matthew Stafford's had a tremendous career and is continuing to have a tremendous career in L.A., but that also doesn't mean that he doesn't have his own Yes, but he also has his own shortcomings with interceptions. I mean,
more likely to make a mistake, right?
Yeah, and over the last couple of games, he has played in terms of numbers more like Jalen Hurts. He's not throwing for 300-some yards.
No, very clean football, though.
Right, and so has Jalen Hurts. It's just it's a little bit different. You can use your eye test if you want. I know there are people that will take exception to it, but that does not mean that the Rams are going to come in here and beat the Eagles just because they have the edge at quarterback in our eyes. So,
and neither one of us would say it's a huge disparate edge.
No.
But let's put it this way again: the Eagles passing game would be more leaned on if you had Matthew Stafford.
Yes, absolutely,
because he'd have all day to throw, and he doesn't take all day to throw. He gets rid of it. He lets it rip.
Right. And that's also that offense. Now we've also talked about this. If Kellen Moore schemed up quick pass schemes,
which he doesn't,
then maybe it's a little bit of a different story. Like, it's not, hey, how come Jalen doesn't get the ball out quicker? Well, if the play is supposed to be a long developing play downfield, that's why. Whereas the Rams, they go, hey, we have 2 receivers that can get off the line of scrimmage better than most receivers in the NFL. They might not be dynamic 50-50 guys downfield,
right?
But we know what we have, so we will play to the strengths of what we have, which is why the A.J. Brown slant route and how that just disappears confuses the hell out of me, because that is a strength that I think is completely underutilized in this Eagles offense. But the Rams go, hey, we have Nakua and Kupp who can, the get-off at the line of scrimmage. We're going to do quick passes.
Because they have to. They also don't trust their offensive line as much.
Exactly.
When you trust your offensive line, and Kellen Moore does, he's saying, I have chance to let things develop.
Right.
Whereas we're all wanting the quick passing game.
Yeah.
But
the Eagles love explosive plays.
They do.
And I know that Nick Sirianni does the whole, an explosive play could be a run that goes for 20 yards. I know it can, but you also love taking shots downfield. Let's be honest with ourselves. All right. People are catching on, Johnny.
They are?
I read a headline yesterday, and again, I said it, an unusual source.
Okay.
I don't think we've ever used Barstool, and this is not a slight toward Barstool.
No. I like Barstool's
But I don't
content.
think we've ever used Barstool for a talking point on the show.
No.
But I read a headline
Love you, Smitty.
last night from Jordy at Barstool.
Sure.
The world needs to start showing more respect to game manager quarterbacks.
Okay. Give me more.
The photo that is used for the article is Jalen Hurts.
Okay, I like this.
The first line of the article, the term game manager gets thrown around like a scarlet letter. If you refer to an NFL starting quarterback as a game manager, that's like a borderline slur. It's funny. It's as if we have talked about that numerous times on this show.
We have, over
that
and
if
over.
I throw the term game manager toward Jalen Hurts, there are people that get very upset and think I'm being disrespectful of Jalen Hurts.
No, you're not.
So Jordy continues. But if you watch the NFL wild card round, you probably noticed a pretty common theme. It's almost as if Jordy was listening to the show the other day. The LA Chargers season is over because Justin Herbert threw 4 interceptions. The Green Bay Packers season is over because Jordan Love threw 3 interceptions. The Minnesota Vikings season is over because Sam Darnold threw an interception and lost a fumble after holding on to the ball too long. 3 quarterbacks who went out there this weekend and gave the game away. Then you get guys like Jalen Hurts, and the conversation around Jalen Hurts has always been, can he be the guy to go out there and win you a big game in the playoffs, which we have asked that question numerous times.
And I believe he can.
The answer to that question, in all honesty, is still up in the air.
I don't think it is.
This is the world we live in today, where people need to have hot take debates like this in order to drive up ratings. It is what it is. But at the same time, it's a stupid bleeping question. It's so far removed from the right question that needs to be asked when it comes to Jalen Hurts. That question is Jalen Hurts the type of quarterback who is going out there and lose you a game? That answer is obviously no.
I love the angle that he took there. That second angle, because we've talked about that other angle over and over again. The idea, I love that one, is Jalen Hurts doesn't lose you games. And you saw it. You saw 3 of the wild card games this weekend, maybe 4 if you count the Steeler game, where the quarterback was completely ineffective and lost the game.
Yeah. The second the Ravens were up at halftime,
it was over.
Ball game was over.
You knew that Russ was not leading them back.
No.
So the idea that Jalen Hurts does enough for you to win and is efficient and protects the football, to me, I love that. I love that kind of quarterback. To me, I think that is extremely valuable.
And that might be the kind of quarterback that Jalen Hurts is. Instead of going back 30 times, go back 20, but make it efficient. That's why we go back to the A.J. Brown yards per attempt. Yeah, is he maybe under-targeted in the NFL? Yeah, I agree with you that he is.
The fact that 29 guys are getting more targets than A.J. Brown, percentage-wise, that's...
But when targeted...
That's bad. But he's also missed some games.
4, and also they get big plays out of it.
They do.
It's not like Jalen Hurts in his 20 pass attempts is doing 20, 50 balls.
But think of other quarterbacks in the NFL if they were in that huddle. Or if Kellen Moore had them. They'd be saying, man, we got to get A.J. Brown the ball.
Could be. But maybe that's
targets.
the way this offense should operate.
Hey, it's working right now.
10-game winning streak, 14-3 record.
And I don't think Sunday requires them to do anything differently than they've been doing.
No, it better be run first. Don't overthink it there, Kellen. All right, coming up next, we'll reset the show. We'll check out some text messages. And Johnny, I do need a few minutes to get some stuff off my chest.
Go to the bathroom right now.
I need a few minutes to get some stuff off my chest, because there is a team in town that is very lucky that the Eagles are grabbing all of the attention. But today, Johnny, I can't let them slide.
Good.
It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Improving the passing game. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Bet365. Bet365, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. The Eagles are set to host the Los Angeles Rams this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. in the divisional rounds of the playoffs. One aspect of the offense many would like to see improve this week would be the passing game. Well, Kellen Moore spoke about their struggles in the wild card round yesterday, and hopefully they get better on Sunday.
Passing game obviously wasn't our best performance. Certainly every person involved would love to have it be cleaner, and obviously that's sometimes how games go, unfortunately. Obviously something that we're all excited to navigate and find better answers moving forward.
The Sixers dropped their third game in a row last night, this time to the OKC Thunder by a score of 118-102. The Sixers were without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Paul George, but the team is back in action tonight against the New York Knicks. You can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic at 7 p.m. And the Flyers, they lost last night in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets by a score of 3-2. This update was also brought to you by Moyer Indoor and Outdoor Services, locally family-owned and operated for 150 years. Moyer's been keeping lawns green and lush and homes pest-free. Go to eMoyer.com for free estimates. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can
Adam Schefter joins us coming up at 7:55, so 1 hour from now. Andrew DeCecco will be joining us coming up at 8:25. And Amy Fadul, normally for the 9 o'clock hour on Tuesdays, will be joining us today, Johnny.
That's great. Look forward to that.
So we got
having Amy. That's the trifecta. She had something going on yesterday.
Yeah, so
she's usually Tuesday, which is great.
Busy day today, but we're excited
game week.
to talk to everybody. Yeah, I mean it is divisional round of the playoff time between the Eagles and Rams. So our questions today, we'll check the text line here. Can defense win championships? Reign true again. Do you believe that a defensive first team followed by an offense, a run first offense, can win a championship in this era of the NFL where it's throw, quarterback. Here, look at the shiny new toys. Look at Jaden Daniels will be talked about more this week.
He will.
Than the Eagles defense.
I will tell you that the Eagles give the answer to your question because they did it 3 times on Sunday. 3 times, 3rd and 8 or more.
Yeah.
On offense, where they were up by 1 score or 9 points, they ran the ball.
Conservative.
They said, yeah, we'll give the ball back to the Packers. We trust our defense. That tells you that they know the answer to your question. They're walking the walk and talking the talk.
Right.
Sunday, I thought the game plan offensively was a little arrogant. Honestly. It was like a little arrogant. It was like, yeah, we'll give you the ball back. You're not beating us. They may have read your tweet and said, you know what? Yeah, we're Salciunas says this thing's over.
You know what that football guy says? It's
we
over.
believe it's over. They may have gotten confused with Andrew, the football guy from 97.5, thinking it was a DeCecco tweet.
Oh, maybe.
Could very well been. But it's the idea that they were literally giving the ball back like, we don't care. You want the ball back? Our defense is going to take care of you. We're not going to be intimidated.
Hey,
go.
Good.
And it worked, by the way, it worked. And I do wonder if we will see a different approach this week. But they were purposely running out of passing situations.
Well, and you know what?
Obvious passing situations.
They should run first all day on Sunday. They really should. Now, defensively, I respect Stafford more than I respect Jordan Love.
You should.
I mean, just based off
by a mile.
Like, based off our conversation, when we asked Stafford or Hurts, who would you take? I go Stafford. If you ask me Hurts versus Love,
I say Hurts.
So I respect Stafford a little bit more in the weapons that they have. I did not respect Jaden Reed and Romeo Doubs as much as I respect Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. But I still don't think the Rams are walking in here and dropping, 28, 32.
No.
I don't expect that.
I don't expect it either.
Teams haven't done that this year against the Eagles.
In fact, what's it, 10 or less? The points, the way the Eagles defense has been playing, it's been awesome. And in Lincoln Financial Field, teams don't come in here and put up big numbers in the postseason. They just don't.
It's funny. Connor, during the pregame show on Sunday, asked Andrew DeCecco, what's more likely to happen? The Eagles defense gives up 30 points or they give up 10 or less. And Andrew laughed at it and said, well, 10 or less is the more logical thing, but I think it'll be somewhere in the middle. It ended up being
10 or less.
Which is unbelievable.
Which, by the way,
playoff game.
And again, 3rd consecutive home playoff game, 10 or less.
Right, I saw that too.
At home. And the Eagles were the last team in the NFL to do that in the early 2000s.
2000s, yeah.
So, I mean, there's something about coming into South Philly in the winter that is an actual thing.
Yeah. Especially when your defense
problem.
is also good.
Except when Jadeveon Clowney spears your quarterback in the head.
Yeah, and then Doug Peterson kind of had a really weak press conference after that game. And
that was pretty bad.
His quarterback, but
yeah, it was pretty weak.
All right, so let's check the text line here. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. You can call in as well. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. In a few minutes, I have to talk about the Philadelphia 76ers just for a couple of minutes because I need to get something off my chest, and it's almost a message toward the brass of the Philadelphia 76ers. What do we got on the text line there, Gunner?
Yeah, we got Rob in Lambertville checking in. He says, great defense pairs well, and you can win with it when you have the best running attack in the NFL. They complement each other perfectly. The run game keeps the defense fresh all game long.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. I mean, your defense is not gassed. The one game where the defense looked horrible was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. And what happened?
And the Washington.
And the Washington game.
Well, there were reasons.
end, yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson can't do what he did, and players. Josh Sweat had to leave that game, and there were.
Well, and you also forced 5 turnovers. How many more things do you want them to do?
Oh my gosh!
In the Tampa game, that first quarter, they're on the field 4 times in 100-degree weather. 4 times because the offense was going 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and also throwing the ball going 3 and out. So there was no clock ticking off. So the defense was just going right back out there
such a
constantly.
bad day.
So that's why we talk about the marriage. The way this defense plays with the bend but don't break, and the way this offense plays with the burning clock, run first, slow offense, not in a bad way, slow offense in terms of 16-play drives, it gives your defense life.
And that's one of the things I think you're going to need because it's going to be a bit of a track meet covering those Rams receivers and the speed with which they want to operate. And I know that Sean McVay will go to hurry up at times in order to keep the Eagles from being able to substitute and stay fresh.
Yep.
So it's going to be vitally important that long drives become part of the equation for Sunday versus this Rams team.
All right, what else we got there, Gunner?
Yeah, we got a no-name first-time texter checking in.
What's up, no name?
Hello, first-time texter, no name.
So you guys agree that Matthew Stafford is the better quarterback, but if there's inclement weather on Sunday, which quarterback would you guys rather have, Jalen Hurts or Matthew Stafford?
We have information from
How about
meteorologist John Kincade. 740. Hold that.
Yes, we're going to hold that. I have I think Cecily Tynan and Adam Joseph are going to be really impressed.
No name texter, thank you. You must have
no name. Maybe you set it up. You saw the show sheet.
Maybe they have the show sheet because we have
Haley,
this played.
Haley, are you zooming in?
At 7:40, we will talk about the weather report for Sunday and Matt Stafford's numbers. So to that texter's point, if the weather is involved, you go Jalen. But we will dive deeper into that coming up around 7:40.
How about that,
this
texter?
morning? Good job, texter.
No name, you were good.
All right, real quick, I need to bring up the Sixers.
All right, could you please, because I'm really interested in this, and I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this one.
So I have a message that I need to get across to the Sixers brass, specifically Daryl Morey. And I like Daryl a lot.
Of course you should like Daryl.
I like Daryl as an executive. I like Daryl Morey as a person. We've had the opportunity to talk to Daryl Morey a lot.
Okay.
I like Daryl. So this is not some vicious direct shot toward the president of basketball operations of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Get to it here. I want to hear this.
Last night, your starting lineup for the Philadelphia 76ers, you had 70-year-old Reggie Jackson and 80-year-old Eric Gordon as your backcourt.
They were seniors when I was a freshman.
Ricky Council, Kelly Oubre were your forwards.
Oh, wow.
And Gershon Yabusele was your center.
What?
Your leading scorer, good for him, was Justin Edwards, and that Jeff Doughton had a decent day yesterday. All en route to a 118-102 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. You're 8 games under 500 outside of the play-in tournament, and you have another game tonight against the New York Knicks, who knocked you out of the playoffs yesterday, and there is no luster. There is nothing surrounding this Sixers team that is giving anybody energy, juice, quite frankly, for a lot of people, the want to even watch. So, Daryl Morey, first off, we need to hear from you. You're nowhere to be found.
Yeah, we need to hear from him.
You are very good friends with Sam Hinkie. Don't make the mistakes that your friend made. I was working at the station and also a big fan of the Philadelphia 76ers during the process.
You were one of the cosplayers.
I was a revolutionary. And Sam Hinkie unfairly made the pawn that was Brett Brown have to answer questions that he didn't have answers to, information to, or should not have had to have answered. And you're now doing that to Nick Nurse, who's not a pawn. Nick Nurse is your high-priced head coach that you went after you moved on from Doc Rivers. And Nick Nurse and the way he's coaching is a conversation for another day.
Yeah,
but I'm sorry.
I'm a little disappointed, by the way.
But he's not winning with that lineup yesterday.
Okay, no, yesterday, he's not.
He's not winning with that lineup. Nobody's winning with that lineup.
Okay.
I need Daryl Morey, whether it's on this show, one of the other shows on the station, whether it's to hold a press conference for the entire media of Philadelphia to be able to attend and ask questions for. You need to show your face Your team is spiraling out of control right now. Your fan base is spiraling out of control right now, or they've reached a point of apathy. And that is the worst thing that you can have for your team. The only thing that people are talking about right now when it comes to your team is an arena that we won't see for another 6 or 7 years.
Aren't you thrilled, though, that they signed that 3-year extension with Joel Embiid, which they didn't need to do, which doesn't even start for another year and a half? Mm-hmm. Aren't you glad they got that done?
Well, and
aren't you glad they did that?
In lockstep, you and I, when it comes to the Sixers and when it comes to basketball, don't often see eye to eye.
We do not.
But before the Paul George signing happened, we were against it. Yep. Not that we don't think he's a good basketball player.
But it was too big of an investment and too old of a guy.
And oft injured. And the 1 year he has not been injured over the last 5 years was?
Contract year.
Contract year. Good for him. He played through probably some stuff to get paid, and he did, and now, you may have made the mistake.
Don't say good for him, though, because, poor Paul, he's bored.
Well, he doesn't like playing center.
He's bored. It's really hard for him to cash that, $50 million? $50 million bucks, something like that?
Yeah, he's making a lot of money.
Yeah. I think that is the ultimate stupid, arrogant comment of all time. It is almost as dumb as the JT Real Muto back when he take it up. Yeah,
it's just a paycheck.
It's just paycheck. I don't care. You're making like $40, $50 million, and you're going to tell the fans I'm bored?
I'm just going to implore you, Daryl Morey, you have to speak soon because you can't do what Sam Hinkie did and hide in the shadows when things are going like this.
And requests have been made.
I know they have.
We already have somebody asking here.
And lastly,
requests have been made.
You can't say, I'm telling you right now, I don't want to hear it. Well, when healthy,
yes,
we believe we can compete with any team in the Eastern Conference. I don't want to hear that because then you will say, when you are eliminated, we didn't have enough time to gel. I've been hearing that for 8 freaking years.
But wait a minute. You're one of the people who bought into as far as when we're healthy. Look, you've said that to me many times. Look, when they're healthy, John, you can't judge them now. When they're healthy, on paper, if they were healthy,
do you remember the beginning of the season? I hated how this thing was starting.
I know you didn't dig the Paul George.
No, I also didn't like the way things were starting with Joel Embiid. I didn't want him to play in the Olympics.
No, I know you did not. But you've said to me many times, look, when this team's healthy.
Yeah, when this team's healthy, they are good.
How about this? I don't believe this team's going to be healthy and get us out of the second round.
I agree with you, and that's
why. Even when healthy, I don't think they're going to be there.
That's why that can't be one of his talking points. If he were to hold a press conference, he can't sit down and make that like the big takeaway, that when we're healthy. Because odds are you're not going to be. And this is why the plan to start the season was not a good one, and the signing of these old veteran players was not a good one. We need to hear from you, Daryl. Coming from a guy that respects you, we need to hear from you.
You're 12 of the process, my buddy John sends a text. You're 12.
Yep.
Keep it going.
Yesterday was a process lineup, man. All right, coming up next, we'll get back to the Eagles, I promise. We'll check the text line as well. Also, Jeff McLane, we mentioned it. He was a little spicy yesterday.
Oh, he was feisty. I like it.
He was taken aback when we brought up the game plan. Here are his thoughts on Jalen Hurts from Sunday. We'll play that for you next, and we'll react. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5.
Salciunas is presented by the Bet Parks app. You know they've got pre- and post-game shows with Seth Joyner and Derek Gunn live at Parks Casino every game day. Got to be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Come
on, rookie.
Not bad. It's 7:12. You miss a couple days, and all of a sudden you forget how things operate around here. 7:12 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Don't forget, coming up at 7:55, our man Adam Schefter will join us. I know he did not join you guys last week.
Yeah, with the
unfortunately
the family dog passed, and it was a his tribute to that dog.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Amazing.
Yeah,
and anybody who's a dog owner, I think, could really relate to it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Schefter will be joining us coming up at 7:55. Andrew DeCecco, 8:25, and then Amy Fadul will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. Now, yesterday we were joined by our man Jeff McLane.
Yes.
Who joins us every single Tuesday.
Spicy Jeff yesterday.
He was spicy. He was taken aback when I asked him about the game plan.
I take it him and Orlovsky would not be breaking bread anytime.
Yeah, he said a guy with a big platform.
Wow. And there were people, by the way, who shared in the football world who shared his opinion. So Jeff's opinion was shared by many other knowledgeable football people, and then there were others who agreed with Dan's.
Right.
So it was something that was definitely, hey, Dan did exactly the right thing. He got engagement, and it was an interesting topic to talk about.
Now, again, we did not absolve Jalen Hurts of anything.
No.
It's just I looked at it more game plan issues than Hurts issues. But here was Jeff McLane, who joined us yesterday, who started talking about Jalen Hurts.
Look, there's NFL open, and then there's high school. The guys were open. Was it the greatest game plan, or was it the greatest play calling execution by Kellen Moore? No, but I think that's gone way too far to one extreme, and then just the other extreme that Jalen was terrible is ridiculous too. I think it's probably a combination of both. But I know you're talking about he's got a large platform, and then when you start saying this is what happens in terms of film and scheme and that kind of things, I think it was a little bit over the top. Like if you watch it, there were definitely throws that could have been made. And then there's times when they just have to be thrown. The ball needs to be thrown away. You just can't be taking sacks. Now that happens.
Right.
I get it. Sometimes taking a sack is better than throwing the ball over. And I'm not saying that Jalen at times didn't have to make those decisions, but I think again the extremities that people go to in this conversation sometimes is just ridiculous. It's a combination of both of why the offense wasn't productive, and several other factors as well.
I think that was fair.
Yeah, I think that was
a fair assessment by Jeff. He pointed out that there was some merit to what Dan said.
I mean, the holding on to the ball thing for sacks is definitely something that needs to be worked on by Jalen Hurts. However, holding on to the ball when no one is open, that's what you got to kind of do until a play develops.
Exactly.
And then if you feel the pressure, you got to get rid of the football, which there was the one really bad sack that Jalen Hurts took. That can't happen.
It was atrocious.
Yeah, it can't happen.
And Jeff acknowledged that to his credit.
He did.
He acknowledged that, yeah, there was that one.
But I still side with that game plan on Sunday. I hated it. And when you go away from the run for as long as they did, or that third drive that we have highlighted a couple of times this week, where they ran the ball down the field, run. I think they had one completed pass to get down the field. They get to the Green Bay 13-yard line. This was in the second quarter of the game. You're up 10-0. You could put your foot on the throat of that team. It was 7-0 because they ended up kicking a field goal.
Sure.
You throw 3 incomplete passes. I understand that their first touchdown was a passing touchdown, but that was on first down. I don't understand how you can go pass, and then you got a result. You got to go to a field goal. There was just weird moments where Kellen Moore either went away from the run, they didn't call it at all, and that game plan on Sunday against that Packers team that was able to read everything that you were doing to the point where wide receivers were quite literally not getting open for a handful of plays. And I'll say it again. I had a guy tweet at me the other day saying, well, what's 6 plays really have to do over the course of a game? Well, when Jalen Hurts is only attempting 21 passes, that's literally 1/3 of the passes. 1/3 of the pass attempts, nobody was open. That's not good.
No.
Not even a check down. That's problematic in my opinion.
And this is a man, though, in Kellen Moore, though, who creates the most space for receivers. That's his MO. That's why I think a lot of this we're not putting it on the fact that AJ's injured.
Yeah, and that could be a big part of it.
A.J. Brown is hurt or injured. It's one of the two. I guess it's two different things. Hurt, everybody's hurt this time of year.
Right.
I believe he's injured. And that's part of the reason that he's not getting open like he normally would. He just isn't.
Yep. And that's a little problematic.
It is.
For this offense.
But, I mean, I'm thinking that this offense, how about this? I want a similar game plan we've had all this discussion. I want a similar game plan on Sunday. In fact, I may be even stir more towards more running.
Oh, it better be more running.
I mean, so I'm for a similar game plan. I want Jalen Hurts 22 times.
Yeah.
22 passes.
I want that to be the norm.
That's fine with me. I want them to win in advance in whatever ways possible.
You're not playing Lamar and the Baltimore Ravens offense.
That is correct.
You're not playing Josh Allen and the Bills offense that could put up 30-plus points. You're playing a team that you can probably control to under 20 points, and then you yourself can run all over this team. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. We'll get to some text messages coming up. CBS did an article yesterday discussing every team in the divisional round of the playoffs and how they can make and win a Super Bowl. Hear what they said about the Eagles, but also hear what they said about Sunday's opponent in the Rams. Next, Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Preparing for the Rams. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that is built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. The Eagles are set to take on the Los Angeles Rams this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. in the divisional round of the playoffs. And one aspect of the offense many would like to see improve this week would be the passing game. Kellen Moore spoke about the team's struggles in the passing game in the wild card round yesterday and hopes they improve on Sunday.
Look, there's NFL open, and then
Passing game obviously wasn't our best performance. Certainly every person involved would love to have it be cleaner, and obviously that's sometimes how games go, unfortunately. Obviously something that we're all excited to navigate and find better answers moving forward.
The Sixers dropped their third game in a row last night, this time to the OKC Thunder by a score of 118-102. The Sixers were without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Paul George. The team is back in action tonight. They're taking on the New York Knicks. You can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic starting at 7 p.m. And the Flyers, they lost last night in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets by a score of 3-2. This update was also brought to you by Corona. Join Ricky Bowe and Tyrone Johnson at the Fanatic's official Birds playoff watch party at Landmark Americana in University City on Sunday at 2:30, all presented by Corona, and you can enter for a chance to win exclusive football prizes. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
We have a weather report for you coming up at 7:40, and Matt Stafford's numbers, if it goes a specific way. We had a texter earlier today asking us who would we rather have depending on the weather. That was in response to us talking about, hey, normal conditions, Stafford versus Hurts. Look, I still go Stafford. John still goes Stafford. That does not mean we don't think Jalen Hurts can win on Sunday,
Not a
especially with
problem.
this team.
No,
I'm expecting the Eagles to win.
I think the Eagles are going to win comfortably.
Yeah.
So it's not a slight on Jalen, but Matthew Stafford he's an elite passer.
Yeah, an elite passer, and
if
Jalen Hurts is very good at a lot of other things.
And I can tell you, if Matthew Stafford was the quarterback, I don't believe that the running game, I don't think you'd see Saquon go for 2,000 because there'd be no threat of the quarterback.
Right.
So none of those mesh plays or anything like that.
Right, all that kind of stuff.
Well,
yeah.
first off, you wouldn't even draw him up for Stafford. You wouldn't
Right.
even draw those up because everyone knows he's not going to be, going anywhere with the ball.
Also, I just saw this. I didn't even see this yesterday.
What's that?
I don't know how I missed it. Yesterday afternoon, the Texans waived Deontay Johnson,
Yeah, they got him out of there.
wide receiver. How much of a problem can you be?
I read some of the stuff that they were that he was for two, which is one of my Will Kunkel's a good dude down there I know in Houston. One of the things that was put was never took his head out of his phone and walked around with everybody. He got new teammates.
Yeah.
You're in a new situation.
Yeah.
Never took his own head out of his own phone.
By the way, begging to
At
get
any
out
time.
of other situations, refusing to. Remember, he refused to go into a game for the Baltimore Ravens, who are a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, it's his fourth team in a calendar year.
Yeah,
from
Pittsburgh
when
he started.
Exactly.
Guy's a bad dude.
And he was complaining about
he's a
only
bad
getting one target after they just, beat up on the team in the postseason.
Yeah,
they won by 20.
they won a playoff game, and he's complaining about targets.
And that's it. That's where they're like, okay, dude, you're just a mercenary.
in a contract year, by the way.
You're
Contract year.
You're a mercenary. You're not here to help us win. You're only here for yourself.
It's unbelievable. I don't know how you can.
There are guys in these teams, and you see it in post game, whether it's football or baseball or otherwise. There are guys who are waiting for the PR people to come in and give them a stat sheet.
Yeah.
And I always would watch which athletes do that and which athletes don't even give a damn about
Don't
it.
even care. Yeah.
And he's one of those guys. He wants that stat sheet.
Should the Eagles pick him up? Just
No.
kidding. Just kidding. Just
No.
kidding.
Stop it.
All right. So yesterday, CBS it was Jordan Dejani. They did a why each wild card winner is capable of a Super Bowl run.
Okay.
So they basically gave the strength of every single team. So we'll start with the Eagles. You want to guess what they said?
Why they're of a Super Bowl run?
Yeah.
Because of the defense being so dominant.
They did go defense.
I would think they would.
They didn't go with the Saquon Barkley factor. So here's what they wrote. Let's be real. Jalen Hurts looked rusty in his return to the field on Sunday. A.J. Brown made just one catch and even had time to read his chicken soup for the soul literature on the sideline. The Eagles defeated the Green Bay Packers thanks to their stingy defense. Philly is the first team to allow 10 or fewer points in 3 straight home playoff games since the 2000 to 2002 Eagles, which we talked about earlier today. Jordan Love threw 3 interceptions and 0 touchdowns, while the Packers went 1 of 3 in the red zone. Green Bay's drive chart in the first half was comical. Opening kickoff fumble, 3 and out, another punt, interception, missed field goal, and then another interception. Hurts, Brown, and Saquon Barkley can pop off at any time, but when they are struggling, this Eagles defense can support them, although the loss of linebacker Nakobe Dean is a notable one. I like it.
I love it. No, I love that because if I said to you what they just said about this Eagles team, and I say to you it's Rams, Lions, who we putting? Chiefs? Chiefs, I'm just giving you a team. If I said that was the trifecta, do you think that formula, that talking points, could win all 3 of those games? Because I do.
Yes, I do.
So do I. With a beat-up Lions team. If the Lions were totally healthy, I got to tell you, I wouldn't be...
Different story. Yeah.
I wouldn't be extremely... and I'm not going to be extremely confident next week if they're going to Detroit.
Right.
But I will
the
be...
offense can't be non-existent for a half.
That is correct. But I will be a believer that they can go to Detroit and win.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. The offense just can't be non-existent. We might feel a lot better after this Sunday's game.
That would be fun to see.
Now, speaking of this Sunday's game,
Yes.
here's what they wrote about the Rams. And
Okay.
I do this for a reason because it should make you feel even better about Sunday. They're talking about how the Eagles' Defense. Just one word was defense is the reason why they're a Super Bowl contender.
So it's just collectively they're so good at all levels.
The Rams is an emerging defense. What
They
would you
are
rather
emerging.
have? What would you rather have, the solidified defense or the emerging defense?
I'd rather have the solidified top defense in football.
So here's what they wrote.
Okay.
I say emerging because we are going to have to see more of this. The experienced Matthew Stafford gives the Rams their best shot at a Super Bowl, but it's the defense is going to play like this. Watch out. Against the Minnesota Vikings, the Rams tied an NFL playoff record with 9 sacks of Sam Darnold. This young defensive front didn't just have Darnold seeing ghosts. They had him locked up in a haunted mansion. This unit will now have the opportunity to avenge its lackluster outing against the Eagles earlier this season when the Rams allowed 481 yards of total offense, 314 rushing yards, 255 of which came from Barkley. If the defense plays like they did on Monday night, the Rams could be NFC Championship bound. I hear what you're saying, but I don't expect this Rams defense, with the lack of size that they have up front, to A, bully the offensive line, and then B, be able to then stop Saquon Barkley.
Ding, ding, ding. That's that. It's a pick your poison situation. And I'm hoping they don't get cute and say, well, the Rams are going to be all keyed up to stop Saquon.
Yeah, don't
so
say
we're going to
that.
start throwing the ball out of out of obvious run situations. I hope they just say, you know what, let's see if our strength can beat what they're trying to do.
They've had a lot of opportunities to go away from the run this year because of statistics from opposing teams or what the opposing team might do, and they haven't, and
Has
it
it-
still worked.
Yeah. Let's just keep to it, please.
Yeah, stick with it.
Let's keep to it.
By the way, it is a Wise Wednesday, man.
Love Wise.
And I missed this last week, unfortunately, when I was out sick, so I was a little bit
You
jealous.
missed the box that Eric Simon dropped off to of the Wise
What?
snacks. Yes.
Dude, I missed the box.
So, well,
And Mike McCarthy kept calling trying to win.
yeah, Mike
is that
McCarthy
true?
didn't get off the phone. He tried to win like 5 times and kept getting a Green Bay area code.
right.
Don't worry. Connor was eating and Gunner was really eating.
Oh, well, good for you guys. I'm happy for you, scoundrels. So we have a bunch of these to give away, as we always do. We have eight Wise Snacks boxes to give away for you, and also a pair of tickets for Temple versus Memphis. I can't wait to go to the Temple basketball game. Remember, I got one
You did.
because
You
of that great
took
deal
advantage of that great deal.
right after the Super Bowl comes to an end when the Eagles are parading down Broad Street. So how about 2 winners out the door right now? Callers 1 and 2 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Call now. You win a pair of Temple tickets, basketball tickets for tomorrow night's game against Memphis. And all winners today will get the 20-bag variety box of Wise Snacks, which is perfect leading into the playoffs if you're having a playoff party. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise Snacks. Philly, all Temple alumni help pack the Leah Center when Jamal Mashburn Jr. and the Temple men's basketball team battle nationally ranked Memphis tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Wear white to the game for the whiteout. For tickets, visit alistix.com. So callers 1 and 2, 215-263-0975 will win a pair of tickets for Temple, Memphis, and also a 20-pack of the variety box of Wise Snacks.
It's very good stuff.
I'm jealous. What was in the variety pack
It's the barbecue chips,
of that?
the honey barbecue. I think it was the
I'm
regular,
a big honey barbecue, man.
the regular classic Wise chips, the popcorn.
Cheese curls, puffy, and cheese
Cheese
curls,
curls?
the little Cheeto kind.
Oh,
It's
so they
good.
went to different kinds
And then
of
the little
cheese.
tortilla type
Love that.
chip too.
All right, so that's
It's
a great
Look, if
that's
you're
a
having
great
people- if
bag
you're
of the
having
munchies.
You're having people over,
Well, exactly.
got a bunch of bags, it'll be perfect.
This is a good time of the year for you to have some
Connor
free
said he
snacks
could
coming
eat a
your way.
box during a game.
Yeah, I could.
He said, no, you could not eat this whole box of snacks.
5 a quarter?
What?
5 a quarter.
You could not.
5 a
Really?
quarter. Got 3 hours to eat 20 bags of chips? Yeah.
One every 3 minutes.
Dude, I don't know where you put it.
Well,
I don't know where you put it.
don't worry about it, man.
Seriously, I don't know where you put
Don't
it.
worry about it. It just goes down the
By
drain
the way,
somewhere.
what I'm saying to you is really screw you, but, look at you can eat all that.
Listen, man.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, you work hard, play hard.
Unbelievable.
All right, so coming up next, we'll check our text line, but also we will check the weather report.
Uh-huh.
Meteorologist John Kincade. John
I'm going to go
Kincade
check
wears
the
many
Doppler
hats.
right now.
He
No, I
wears
never
many
wear hats
hats.
because of this hair.
Yeah, but the theoretical hats of journalism, John, logical John, a lot of Johns.
Weatherman.
But meteorologist John Kincade will come to the show next segment. But John also has numbers for you. If Matt Stafford is playing a game where weather can be a factor, this will make you feel even better about the Eagles' chances on Sunday. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning. Don't forget Adam Schefter going to be joining us coming up at 7:55. And we have 6 more boxes of Y Snacks to give away, 2 more pairs of Temple Memphis tickets, and also we'll have Temple Tulane later on the show as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
Sixers win. Play that song.
The Philadelphia Flyers.
Rebounded front. Backhand shot. They score.
The games are here. Philadelphia's source for breaking sports news. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Andrew, let's talk about your house, right? I know what you're doing to your health to start the new year. At least I hope you are. You're probably setting some important goals to improve your health this year. Maybe you shouldn't eat 20 bags of chips, but hey, some of us can do it. What about the health of your home? Your home needs regular care too, you know? And it's not just like, hey, let's touch up some paint. Let's clean the windows, right? No, it's also about interior stuff and foundation stuff, like your crawl space, basement. Those things play a huge role in maintaining a healthy, comfortable living space. So if you're noticing any of the following signs, it's time to schedule a home health checkup. Cracks or leaks in your walls, musty smells, mold or mildew, sticking windows or doors, uneven sagging or bouncing floors. How about drainage issues around your property? I can speak about that based off of experience in my house that I'm currently living in. I know the previous owners dealt with it. I saw what it did to it. Don't allow that to happen to you. Get it checked out. These could indicate serious underlying issues with your home structure. Groundworks offers a free inspection to identify what's going wrong and help prevent bigger, costlier problems down the road. Their certified field inspectors will provide a no-obligation assessment to keep your home safe, comfortable, and for down the road, whenever you're ready to sell, valuable. Don't wait for small issues to turn to major repairs. Visit groundworks.com today to book your free inspection. Groundworks, your trusted local experts.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son, Jordan, always says, the minute you get in a rideshare accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves. Tee off on a PGA course and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitspc.com.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a Colonial with high ceilings, hard...
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. You know what? I'm in a giving mood. So let's do 2 more. 2 more Wise Snacks, 20 packs. on this Wise Wednesday, and also 2 more pairs of tickets for Temple Memphis, which happens tomorrow night. So again, a 20-bag variety box of Wise snacks on this Wise Wednesday. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise snacks. And Philly battles Memphis tomorrow night. Check them out at the Leah Coors Center when Jamal Mashburn Jr. and the Temple men's basketball team battles nationally ranked Memphis. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, wear white to the game for the whiteout. For tickets, visit alstix.com. First 2 callers, 215-263-0975. All right, meteorologist John Kincade. Dun, 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 dun. What do we got?
Let's go to the Weather Center, where on Sunday afternoon, we will see, depending on where you are in the area, it appears to be periods of snow and rain on Sunday.
Okay.
Now, this is not talking about the Shady McCoy Detroit Lions snow game.
Yeah.
This is more of it could be rain, it could be snow, it should be some rain, it should be some snow during the window of the Eagles game time. This is as of today. So you're going to be seeing a game with some inclement weather. Advantage Eagles.
And why is that?
Well, I believe it's because of the game plan of the two teams and what they want to do. Matthew Stafford wants to sling the ball all over the field. So I think that just attracts that causes problems in a passing game.
Yeah.
But there is one thing I would tell you, though, is Stafford is 1-5.
Oh, so now you're Deuces Kincade.
Now I'm going to go. Yeah, now I'm trying to be Deuces.
We're out of the meteorologist booth. We're now at the sports desk with John Kincade.
Go on.
See, he wears many hats, people.
Now, Deuces is going to take exception to that, by the way. That Stafford is 1-5. This seems crazy. He's 1-5 in rain games because he's played the majority of his career in domes.
Yeah.
A lot of dome games because he's played his games inside. Every home game he's ever played has been played in a dome.
Wow, that's actually kind of crazy.
Which is crazy for a quarterback.
Yeah.
But he's 1-5 in games that are considered rain games. Thanks to our friends at Sports Grid for the information. 10 touchdowns, 12 interceptions in those games. Just a 56% completion percentage.
Ooh, okay.
I covered Matt from the time he was a freshman at Georgia.
Yeah.
I know for a fact, I've heard it from his lip, he doesn't like the cold. So a rainy day and a cold day, a day where we're talking about it being between, it's at the 34 degrees, 32 degrees, where it's rainy and it's awful. I don't think that suits well for Mr. Stafford. But just so you know, when you take out the weather, he did not have a rain game this year. But he was 4-1 outside this season. He won games at at Seattle, at New England, at San Francisco, and at the Jets. So honestly, the road games that he did win that were outside, he played the crappiest road schedule except for Seattle.
Okay.
The only real winning team he played was Seattle.
Yeah.
And he lost at Chicago. So what I will tell you is this. Every one of those games that the Rams played, they played it in a phone booth. The description I like to use of a really, really tight, low game where the two teams are separated by 6 or 7 points. He won the 4 games by an average of 7 points, and he lost by 6 at Chicago. So just where you're at, Matthew Stafford, pray for rain.
Love that.
He has not been good in rain games.
No, by the way, a run game in the rain is better than the passing game in the rain, and that's what the Eagles do best.
And the thing is that they made people last week too. Is the new? I heard good reviews on the new turf because they put down new sod last week.
Yes,
that was the first game played on the new sod, and the players seem to be very positive on it.
The only thing I noticed was the Lane Johnson when he slipped. Then he got the holding penalty because he went down. He then protected Jalen Hurts, but that was it.
That was it.
That was really. There's no George Toma.
No.
On this. There's no sod father.
No, we don't have the sod father going on in this. And the sod father will not be a part of the Super Bowls.
Well, thank you very much, meteorologist John Kincade and Deuces
Now
Kincade.
let's check traffic.
Now, yeah, exactly.
What's the Schuylkill looking like?
What's the traffic report there, Begun?
Yeah,
Come on, man. You're not on top of these things?
Drive
bad.
safe to work, everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, what you can do is you can check the text line for us. You could text the show at 610-632-0975. Can defense win championships and a run-first offense win championships? That's what this team has. Both of those things. Can that reign true again? Are we back to 80s football in Philadelphia? I love it. It's Kincade Salciunas. What do we got on the text line?
Yeah, we got Colby in Central PA checking in. He says, yes, you can win with defense, but it better be a damn good defense, and the Eagles' defense is damn good. But that doesn't go without scoring some points either. So, yes, you can win with the run-heavy offense with this premise. But moving forward, the team has to continue to take care of the ball and dominate the clock.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't want to give Matt Stafford more opportunities.
No.
Right? Like you saw literally in the Commanders game when Jalen Hurts got knocked out because of the concussion. You turned the ball over 5 times, but you weren't able to capitalize and turn those into touchdowns, which you then allowed a good quarterback and a good offense more opportunities. And the more opportunities you have, look, if you have 10 opportunities, you turn the ball over 5 times, odds are you're going to lose. But if you have like 15 opportunities, you then can find a way to balance that out with touchdowns of your own. And that's what they did in the fourth quarter when they scored 22 points. You can't, if you are going to play stingy defense, you then have to capitalize offensively.
The more bites at the apple, too, you give the opposition. It just is a problem. This is obviously last week, you knew Jordan Love. They didn't respect Jordan Love at all.
No.
I believe the defensive game plan meetings this week are going to be completely different for Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, they have to be.
Ton more respect.
But you might be up on the line of scrimmage a little bit more, especially with those receivers in Nakua and Kupp. Let's go to our man Greg in Bethlehem. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Hi,
What's
Greg.
up, Greg?
Hey, I have sort of a parody take on Colin Moore's press conference and what I would have liked to have heard. Obviously, the offensive game plan wasn't as successful as we would like. Obviously, we should have thrown more quick slants. Obviously, we should have run the ball more. And obviously, we should take the bubble screen off the play sheet.
Well, that's what Andrew's been calling for.
For a year and a half now.
I know. I can't understand why. Do you think the Eagles somehow are tipping their hand? I mean, defenses seem to know that it's coming because the defense is all ready for it.
Well, the quick slant thing, though, and I will say it again to you, watching the All-22 on NFL Plus, which is great if you ever invest in it. I don't believe they were. I'm like Dan Orlovsky. I do not believe guys were really open. I've watched every game this year in the All-22, and A.J. Brown was not getting open like he normally.
Thanks for the call,
does.
Greg. Yeah,
He was not in his normal separation. Now there were times that you just got to let it rip.
Yeah,
you got to let it rip. You just got to go for it. You got to give A.J. Brown a chance to make a play. But the other day, they were cautious to do so. Maybe they felt, as long as we don't turn it over, we got this thing.
and these sweep plays, they just develop too slow. Way too slow. When if you just go north and south with this team, odds are you're probably going to win that battle up front. Anyways, coming up next, our man Adam Schefter joins us. Can't wait to talk to Shefty. You guys missed him last week. I missed him last week. So Shefty joins us coming up next to start the 8 o'clock hour. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Busy rest of the show. Andrew Pacheco at 8:25. Amy Fadul for the entire 9 o'clock hour. It's been a lot of fun today as we get closer and closer to Eagles-Rams divisional round of the playoffs this Sunday at 3 o'clock. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bring on the Rams. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. Yep, the Eagles are set to host the Los Angeles Rams this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. in the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. And one aspect of their offense that many would like to see improved this week would be the passing game. Kellen Moore spoke about their struggles in the wild card round yesterday, and he said he hopes they improve on Sunday.
Passing game obviously wasn't our best performance. Certainly every person involved would love to have it be cleaner, and obviously that's sometimes how games go, unfortunately. Obviously something that we're all excited to navigate and find better answers moving forward.
The Sixers dropped their 3rd game in a row last night. This time it was to the Oklahoma City Thunder by a score of 118-102. The Sixers were without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Paul George. The team's back in action tonight. They're hosting the New York Knicks. You can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic starting at 7 p.m. And the Flyers, they lost last night in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets by a score of 3-2. This update was brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradio.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO and get an extra 5% off. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Vitalico.
On Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. on a Wednesday morning, a Wise Snack Wednesday morning. We'll let you know when you can win some more 20 packs of Wise later on in the show. But right now, we have some other stuff to take care of. Missed them last week. Obviously, very sad story. But we're excited to have him on again today on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise. Online at landisbc.com. The great Adam Schefter from ESPN. Shefty, good morning.
What's going on, guys?
So, Shefty, we are one round of the playoffs in. We head to the divisional round of the playoffs. What's something that you saw across the board that was kind of a constant in the NFL where teams like the Eagles were able to advance?
Well, the Eagles didn't play their best football. To me, they invited Green Bay to win that game, and Green Bay couldn't get it done, which, depending on how you look at it, may or may not bode well for the team this weekend. Like, they still haven't played their best brand of football. They're still rounding into form. You'd like to think and hope that they can do it now. This would be a more ideal time, a tougher matchup. But we'll see how that works out. But obviously did not play great last week, but well enough to win.
I don't know the better opponent or the tougher opponent. Wasn't Green Bay the better team? In fact, sort of statistically, if you compare the two teams, a tougher opponent than the Rams, or is it what you've seen in the last month that makes you feel that way about LA?
Well, that's the whole thing, John. Like, Green Bay technically was the better team, but LA has played better football over the last month or so. If you looked at the way the Packers played in recent memory, it wasn't great. Like, and they had lost their best deep threat. They had lost their best cornerback. They were struggling, battling injuries. I didn't get the sense of confidence coming out of Green Bay. I just didn't get that. And it showed up that day with the way they played.
Shefty, one of the big concerns for a lot of people with this matchup is that Sean McVay and Matt Stafford have been there before. Obviously, a Super Bowl ring on both their hands. But a lot of people don't say the same about Sirianni and Hurts. Obviously, they didn't win, but they got there. Why can't the same be said about the combination of Hurts and Sirianni when there's a lot of respect for the combination of McVay and Stafford?
Well, they haven't won it yet. I mean, that is the whole thing. You know, when you win, you're afforded a certain amount of protection, a certain amount of credibility that you can only get winning. And they've played well and they've gone far, but they haven't done that. And I think people remember last season's collapse as much as they remember the playoff success. So you have all those factors going, and that's why you're not getting what you want them to get. But what I would say is there's one way to change that. That's to win this year and play the way they did.
Are you a believer that defense wins championships as far as you hear that term, and we don't hear it as much often. In fact, the last time a number one defense won the championship was Denver with Peyton Manning. I mean, we don't hear that much anymore. And are you a believer that can be what leads a team to a title in 2025?
You know, John, I don't know that you can say that it's this wins it or that. Good football wins championships. Well-rounded football wins championships. Good decision-making wins championships. Composure wins championships. Confidence wins championships. There's a lot of things. I wouldn't just say it's this. Unless you have some kind of dominant unit like the 85 Bears or 99 Ravens. You want to talk about an elite defense like that? Now, maybe the Eagles are that. I don't know. I haven't seen that yet. Maybe they'll develop into that. They're a good defense, don't get me wrong. But are they a historic defense? I don't think that. Do you?
No, historic, you have to write history. We got to see a Super Bowl or a Super Bowl berth or something like that before you start talking history. But across the board, they're the youngest defense in the NFL. And so that is, I believe they're just starting to write the book of whatever they're going to be.
Okay, well, that's great. That's good, right? But I'm not going to count on that right now until they show me that they can be counted on to win a Super Bowl.
Well, the thing is, are you going to count on the Rams' offense? I mean, is that like people are talking about the Rams? They after the Rams after they played the Eagles went on a 3-game winning streak. They didn't score 20 points in any of those games. Like it's like they're not. And with this defense, I think there's a lot of reasons for confidence.
Yeah, I agree. I like this defense.
Right.
Absolutely. And if the Eagles are able to win a championship, the defense, I expect, is going to have a major say in that. But, I don't know if they're going to win the defense. I can't say that they're going to win the Super Bowl right now because of the defense. Maybe that will be the case. That could be. But I don't know that yet.
Schefter, what is the likelihood that Kellen Moore could be a head coach after this season? And what goes into the week of interviews? Because when you start seeing that he's been requested or granted permission to interview, obviously people get upset a little bit and go, hey, isn't he focused on the upcoming matchup? How is it handling both?
Well, first of all, who's requested him so far? Do we know that we had no confirmed?
New Orleans and Jacksonville, right? And I believe Dallas has been talked about. We're not sure if that's been confirmed, but I do know New Orleans and Jacksonville have been confirmed requests.
I would think Dallas would, but as of yesterday afternoon, it hadn't been. So, listen, coaches do it every year. It's not really, to me, something that derails a game plan. We see coaches come off of Super Bowl winning staffs every year almost. And it's just part of what coaches do. And they'll have to figure out a way to do that. I don't think it's difficult. If you're that smart and you're that diligent, you're prepared for these interviews, you can kind of do them, I don't want to say in your sleep, but almost in your sleep. And it just takes away 2-3 hours from a week. So maybe that means you sleep 2-3 hours less one night. Like, get it done. Every coach gets it done every year. Not a huge deal. So, to me, his best chance of interviewing, quite frankly, is with the game plan he puts together for Sunday.
You think if you take the last 8 teams left in the playoffs, would you think the Eagles are the most balanced team? Both sides of the ball, talking about what they can bring to the table? When you got the number 1 defense and you got a top 7 offense, I think that's as good a resume as any one of these teams is bringing. I don't trust any of the other 7 remaining teams, their defenses as much. And the Eagles already punked the Ravens in their building.
John, what I would say is that they may go into the playoffs with seemingly the most balanced team, but the postseason is going to have a huge say in determining how that comes out. Like, let's see who's the most maybe it's the Ravens, maybe it's the Bills, maybe it's the Chiefs, maybe it's the Lions. But you know what? Here's every team's chance to make its case as to why it believes the most. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, fine. The Eagles are the most balanced team right now. It doesn't mean anything right now. If they go out and lose this week or next week, who cares that they were?
Yeah, but it means something. It means something as far as handicapping the matchups and handicapping looking into these games. And it's what we do all day long. It's what NFL Live show you're on, what you guys do all day long. It does matter what a team's resume is going into the playoffs, doesn't it, Adam?
Well, yeah, the resume, yes, but again, what you were saying to me was this title of them being the most balanced team. And okay, again, I come back to that. Yes, we handicap matchups. Yes, we try to figure out how certain matchups are going to unfold on a given day, how a larger matchup between teams will unfold. I got it. But, again, I'm not into the titles until teams perform for it in the postseason. That's all.
Okay, I just watched 18 weeks of football. I'm just trying to do it off of what I've seen in 18 weeks. I mean, it's sure anything can happen on any given Sunday, but I'm looking at 18 weeks of football and saying that's a pretty damn good balance there compared to the other teams that are left in the tournament.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand what you're saying. Listen, they go into this with a great chance, okay? Like, I don't know what to say. On paper, they stack up. They measure up to anybody else. They should win Sunday. They're probably the better team. You're going to have a chance in the NFC Championship game if they win this week. So that's kind of where we're at.
Schefter, how much more difficult is it for the Rams that they had to fly back from Arizona after playing on a Monday night to then go cross-country for the Sunday afternoon matchup with the Eagles at 3 o'clock. All that travel, what does that do for a team come playoff time after playing so many games this season?
You know, here there's a couple ways to look at it. You could say that, boy, that's awfully taxing, and that's a lot, and it'll be draining. But I also think it's the playoffs, and they're playing motivated, inspired football, and they know what's going on in their city, and this is a distraction, and this is a way to bring a little bit of a distraction and relief to their city. And they're like, go watch the Rams post-game locker room video and tell me if you think that team's going to be tired or come out flat on Sunday.
It's going to be it has been a challenge. I was going back and forth with their general manager yesterday, Les Snead, and I know that they have had a lot to deal with. And in the whole grand scheme of that, how much of a distraction has that been? I mean, because it's really hard. What they had to overcome to win a wild card game was impressive, and to keep that focus.
Well, you know what? They went, and I was there Monday night, and I was talking to a bunch of them, and they were saying that they felt like it was their best week of practice all year long, that they came out to Arizona, were motivated, handled it really well. Sean McVay kept saying to his team all weekend long, as he did in the video in the post-game locker room, we're built for this. We're built for this. So when you say, are they going to be tired this week? Shorter week, yes. Have to go on the road again, yes. All those things are true. But I think Sean McVay would say, and he has said to them, we're built for this. Now, whether or not that manifests itself in that team's performance on Sunday is a different issue. But they believe they're built for this, ready for this. They're excited by it. I mean, they're fired up. Again, they felt like it was their chance to give that city a little bit of happiness, a little bit of an escape for a few hours, and I'm sure they're going to approach Sunday the same way.
Shefty, you're the man. We always appreciate the time. Good to have you back this week.
Adam.
And we can't wait to talk to you next week, hopefully leading up to an Eagles NFC championship game.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Good luck this weekend.
There he is, Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. All right, coming up next, we'll react to some of the things that Shefty had to say with us here on the show, and also today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. Let's see what B. Gunn brings to the table coming your way next. And also 4 more 20-packs of Wise snacks to give away as this show continues toward 10 o'clock when the Mike Missanelli Show begins. It is Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's time for Birds playoff conversation.
What do you think about Saquon sliding at the end? You think he should have taken it to the house?
I don't understand it. That's overly unselfish.
Yeah, look, it was a 22-10 game. If it was like a 6-point game, maybe the slide is the way to go. But yeah, 22-10, man. Maybe just take it to the house, Saquon.
That's overly Penn State-ish.
Yeah, there we go.
Is what it is.
Well, the only difference was they won, so that's not very Penn State-ish.
Brought to you by Victory Bank.
12 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We got today's headlines with Gunner, B Gun, coming up in a few minutes. Shefty, a little chesty today. Chesty Shefty.
I got quite a few responses here from people going, boy, you really got under his skin. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Oh, of course you're not.
But I'm like, and Adam and I have known each other for a long time, so I don't think he has any problem with it, but I got to question him on some of his logic. Like his idea that stuff doesn't matter. Like, oh, well, I'll determine things once I see the playoffs. I watch NFL Live every day.
Yeah.
I watch at least a segment of it or something. I'll watch and see what stories they're doing and everything. Adam's part of that show. I watch that every freaking day. That's all they do. It's all they do is tell you, here are the stats. Here's how teams did over the 17-game regular season and how they've done in the playoffs. So you can't tell me that it doesn't matter what teams did in the regular season. We'll have to see what they do in the playoffs. Yeah, it's exactly counter to actually 24/7 programming that happens every day on ESPN.
That network.
Seriously, what they do. So when I hear, oh, well, I'll have to wait and see till the playoffs, I got to call them on that. I got to and say, what are you talking about? That's what we do every day.
It's kind of like that.
How do we handicap games?
That baloney conversation of it's tough to beat a team 3 times.
Which
in
is
the season,
false.
Right?
Yes, which is a false. It takes 2 seconds to do a Google search.
Yeah.
And realize
So
around 2/3 of the time.
Regular season does matter.
It just is. Look, but I mean, it's not. Shefty's fine. He's a good dude.
Yeah. He'll be on next week.
He'll be
Brought to us
fine.
by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping
Maybe get a text later. You never know.
Or paradise. All right. It is time now for today's headlines with number 1 BG in the city, Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What do we got, Gunner?
Still hanging on to that top spot, so I can't complain here.
You can't drop off until you screw up. You are at number 1, my man. BG was at number 1 for the longest time. Brandon Graham. He screwed up.
And then you start messing around with that. Yes.
Yeah, all right. So I'm
He
sitting here
screwed it
now.
up.
By this time, we already know the story. A.J. Brown read the book on the sideline, Inner Excellence by Jim Murphy. But Jim Murphy spoke for the first time to the media about it yesterday. This is what he had to say about it.
I just thought, how cool is that? It's been amazing and such a gift. You know, I've never had a client or any pro athlete in the middle of a performance or in the middle of a game reading it.
Was this the first time that you found out that he was reading it, or had you known before?
I heard that he was reading it, and I saw it because there was a clip that came out of him on the sidelines. So I thought, oh, that's really cool. I just didn't know that he was reading it every game and after every drive. And so, yeah, that's really neat.
Yeah, it's got to be cool for him.
Absolutely.
A testament to his writing. And what's really amazing is the book was published in 2020. So it's not like this book came out this year and A.J. Brown picked it up, read it, really liked it. This book's been on the shelves for almost 5 years now. And I'm sure he had a nice little paycheck when it first published. But what he's getting now?
No, he's getting a rebirth on the book. So that's beautiful for him.
Get a rebirth on life.
That's all.
It's number 1 on Amazon.
It's surprising, though, is that the math, they were talking about a little of the math. He said people may overproject the amount of money you make.
I'm not saying millions, but what if he made
If I won the lottery too, I wouldn't tell anybody.
Yeah. Right.
You wouldn't?
No.
What if he won like
I just wouldn't be here.
My
1
wife
year's
says the same
salary?
thing.
Like if he gets 1 year's salary,
that'd be fantastic.
He could take a year off.
Yeah, but nobody does that.
No, nobody does that. I wouldn't tell anybody I won either. I would tell a very select few group of people.
You really wouldn't?
No.
Okay, what are you talking about? Are we talking about you won 10 million, 100 million? What are you talking about?
No, the lottery.
The lottery,
The
like
lottery.
a
Lottery's-
couple hundred million.
900 million.
Okay, wait a minute.
One of those.
You wouldn't tell anybody.
No.
You wouldn't quit?
No.
Wait a minute here.
Or I would do like a podcast.
I don't want to get too
Or I
direct.
would do a podcast.
Okay, but so you would quit?
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, my gosh.
I like waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning and
That's what
seeing
I'm
you.
saying. I'd sleep.
I love that the first person I talk to every day is not my wife. It's John Kincade.
It is. We're married,
All right,
baby.
we're moving on here. So the officials came out for the Eagles game on Sunday, and a notable name was Sean Smith. You're probably asking, who the hell is Sean Smith? Well, Sean Smith is the referee from the Commanders game who kicked CJ GJ out for, I don't know, saying mean stuff to the other player and did not call the helmet-to-helmet hit on Jalen Hurts. Story or non-story?
Non-story.
If anything, maybe he's even more focused on helping the Eagles out. I don't know. No, I don't
How
look
about
at the
this?
ref report. I really don't.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson. First of all, we do not know what went on there.
Yeah, what was said?
And I don't
He said
believe
big mean things to the
I
other
don't
guy.
believe for a second that it was this guy.
Must have been really mean.
I don't believe this guy for a second risks his job or something to just go, I'm going to screw the Eagles or screw him.
But
we don't know what happened there.
The second,
how about this?
But does that change CJ GJ's attitude on the field? Does it? But
don't be taunting people.
Does that take it away from who he is as the leader on the field? If he's second guessing what he's going to say.
No, don't taunt people. It's not hard.
No, I'm not overthinking it. I will just say this: I still don't. It was never confirmed why the second unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Remember, it happened during a commercial,
and he was told not to taunt the first time.
Yeah, so it was like a warning,
and then it was happening again, and so he did it. Look, I think that taunting stuff sucks. It's grown men do it.
Yeah,
but if you know the rule, I think 55 miles an hour is a joke on most roadways. But if a cop pulls me over and says, John, you're doing 70, I'm the one who deserves the ticket because I know what the rule is. Just stop doing it. It's childish. Stop doing it. No need to taunt.
What else?
Move on.
All right, here's the replay.
Can defense wins championships reign true again?
I do think it can reign true again, and I think you can get to the Super Bowl a lot easier than maybe winning the Super Bowl is going to be. Because I think once you get there and you're playing, let's say, the Ravens, the Bills, probably not the Chiefs in my mind, but maybe the Chiefs, I think at that point you're going to have to play a pitch-perfect game. You're not going to have to do that probably until the Super Bowl, but once you get there, your defense is not going to have to allow anything, and then you're going to have to control the ball, no turnovers. Everything's going to have to be perfect. So you can win with a defensive-led team, but it's going to have to be perfect.
By the way, you're losing your bet this weekend. There's no way the Texans are beating
Nah, Nico Collins going off for 3 touchdowns.
No, there's no way the Chiefs are going to lose
You're
to the
losing.
Houston Texans.
I'm going to look forward to a little breakfast.
Yeah.
On Brendan Gunn.
Yeah,
Yep.
your bet lost that time.
The Texans are not beating.
Great job, BG. Number 1 BG in the city, Brendan Gunn.
Well, he hasn't gone on and told stories about us off the air.
Exactly.
Stuff that goes on around
Not
here.
that we know of it.
No, he doesn't. With his
Cross
boys.
Broad gets it somewhere.
There
All
we
right,
go.
coming up next, our man Andrew DeCecco will join us. Also, later on the show, I just read something interesting from Sheil Kapadia, who does a great job covering the NFL and the Eagles. He does things for the Ringer. Just how bad the offensive performance was on Sunday and where it's ranked over the last 10 years of playoff performances.
Oh, I got to hear this one.
We'll go through those later on the show. Don't forget Amy Fadul with us the entire 9 o'clock hour. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Improving the passing game. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Penny. It's open enrollment. Get the lowest cost on high-quality health coverage now through Penny. PA's health insurance marketplace deadline to enroll is January 15th at penny.com. Yes, the Eagles are gearing up to host the Los Angeles Rams this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. in the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. One aspect of the offense many would like to see improved this weekend would be the passing attack. Kellen Moore spoke about the struggles yesterday in the wild card round and says he hopes they improve on Sunday.
Can defense...
Passing game obviously wasn't our best performance. Certainly every person involved would love to have it be cleaner, and obviously that's sometimes how games go, unfortunately. Obviously something that we're all excited to navigate and find better answers moving forward.
The Sixers dropped their 3rd game in a row last night. This time it was to the Oklahoma City Thunder by a score of 118-102. The Sixers were without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Paul George. The team is back in action tonight. They're hosting the New York Knicks. Tip-off is at 7, and you can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they lost last night in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets by a score of 3-2. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Bill Colarulo.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. By the way, let me let you know about the deal of the week. How about get open to close lift tickets to Camelback Mountain for just $40? That's
now you're talking, dude.
12 hours.
Now you're talking.
12 hours to enjoy 39 trails, fully lit night skiing, and high-speed lifts at the largest ski resort in the Poconos. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 97.5thefanatic.com/deals. The man that is voicing that little commercial that's been running during our breaks joins us now on the Comcast Business Hotline.
I don't believe he skis either.
Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. No, he wants to probably play football.
He's probably
at the end of the slopes.
Yeah, let's play something manly, football.
It's our man, Andrew DeCecco. What's up, Andrew? How you doing today? Just a couple of football guys want to play football in the snow.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody?
He'd break you in half,
yes.
Salciunas.
Well, no, I'm shifty. I'm like Jahmyr Gibbs back there. He wouldn't be able to catch me.
I'm good. I have good short area quickness, so it's
okay. So you could still go sideline to sideline. Is that right?
I still can, but I'm running out of steam.
All right. Well, speaking of sideline to sideline, let's start there. What a transition. That's why I'm a professional at this. So yesterday we had our man Jeff McLane on yesterday, who made it seem like the loss of Nakobe Dean might not be as dire as a lot of people are making it out to be. And then Vic Fangio has his press conference and talks about Jeremiah Trotter Jr. and how he may get a lot of opportunities with the absence of Nakobe Dean. So what have you been seeing? What have you been thinking about the loss of Nakobe Dean with Oren Burks and now also Trot Jr.?
Yeah, I think it is going to be a little bit of a going to put a dent into that defense, and it's going to be Oren Burks and presumably Jeremiah Trotter Jr. that are going to have to platoon to make up for the loss of Nakobe Dean. And as I've mentioned with you guys, Nakobe Dean doesn't necessarily make those splash plays, the interceptions, but he does have he had 3 sacks on the season. He's very effective against the run. His attitude and physicality and attacking downhill, I think, really he's able to impose his will on the offensive line, and I think in very many ways it sets the tone for the defense. But Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is interesting because he did work in a little bit against the Dallas Cowboys, so he got some defensive reps. But it's going to probably be Oren Burks to start the game. He's a veteran. He's played in 12 postseason games in his career. 6 out of his 7 seasons he's been in the postseason. So I think the Eagles will be more apt to lean on his veteran experience there. But Jeremiah Trotter Jr. gives them a little bit more in terms of athleticism. I think he moves a little bit better in space than Oren Burks does. Burks is bigger physically, but Trotter is a very smart player. You know, he reads things and diagnoses it very quickly, and it's been my understanding throughout the season, guys, that he's developed very nicely, and the Eagles are very happy with his development. So not really surprised to see them platoon, and when you're talking about the loss of someone like Nakobe Dean, it doesn't really surprise me.
I know, because I know you. You've already poured into a little bit of the Rams, and you already saw them in person. So what have you seen since the game you saw in person in L.A.? How have the Rams changed, and have they changed?
I think offensively they've also, we talk about becoming run-centric. They've leaned heavily on Kyron Williams. I think when I saw them, they've had a lot of key players in and out of the lineup, John. So Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. So there wasn't that continuity there. Matthew Stafford is able to make use of anybody that you throw out there, but I think they've started to get in a little bit more of a rhythm in the latter stages of the season, and their defense is really rounding into form. Now, they are very fast. They floated the football defensively, but they're grossly undersized. I really like their pass rusher, Jared Verse. They have Kobe Turner in the middle of that defensive line. Braden Fisk is another rookie who's gotten after the passer a little bit. But this is where I think the Eagles have a distinct advantage, especially in the trenches where they have that mauling, physical offensive line that leans on defensive lines and tends to wear those units down. And you saw it back when they played them in L.A. where Saquon Barkley rolled up 302 scrimmage yards. I would expect that to be the same to try and neutralize their fast and explosive type of players that they have on that side.
How do you attack Nacua and Kupp? Obviously, the Eagles love the bend but don't break style of defense, but these two guys are quick to get the ball off the line of scrimmage. Do you believe that the secondary members will be playing up on the line this Sunday?
I think so, and the reason why I believe that even more firmly, Andrew, is because the Rams, for as many weapons as they have, they don't have that explosive player that can stretch you vertically or beat you over the top. I guess Tutu Atwell, to a degree, can do that. but they have players that are terrific route runners in Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, but they don't have that long speed that you worry about, and they can really threaten the intermediary levels of the field, and that's really where Matthew Stafford is going to look to exploit the Eagles. And so with that, I don't know that you have to play conservative or worry about them getting behind you. You have to try and play physical, disrupt them at the line of scrimmage, get them off their timing, and try to really bang them around at the line of scrimmage within the the rules and try to approach it that way. I think this is going to be a huge game for Cooper DeJean. He did a nice job in the first matchup. Quinyon Mitchell did as well, but I think that would be my approach if I'm looking at it.
Does either team have a coaching advantage over the other? And you can even break it down to offense versus defense of the coordinators.
Yeah, the most fascinating matchup for me, and I think this is kind of even, Sean McVay, he is sort of enigmatic in the way that he can look brilliant at times, and he is a brilliant offensive mind. I don't want to downplay that at all. But there's also times where he tries to get too cute and maybe outsmart himself. But that chess match between Sean McVay and Vic Fangio is going to be a fascinating development throughout the game because, Sean McVay said before that Vic Fangio is a coach that's given him trouble in the past. And I think Vic is going to have to get a little creative, and I know that they're going to try to target that second level of the Eagles' defense where there's going to be a rotating cast there at linebacker and Oren Burks and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. presumably. So that, to me, I think it's kind of evenly across the board, John, but if I had to give credit to one staff over the other, it would be the Philadelphia Eagles because I think Vic Fangio and his staff, you just look at the proofs in the pudding, and he's been able to conjure the NFL's top defense, so I think you have to tip your hand there.
This game plan screams run the ball for the Eagles offense. The whole season has been run the ball for the Eagles offense, but obviously Jalen's still going to attempt his 20 to 25 passes. How do you throw against this Rams defense? You mentioned the quick edge rushers that they have. Is there a way that you would go about it if you're Kellen Moore in the passing offense on Sunday, especially to improve off of last week?
Yeah, I think it's prudent to get the ball out of Jalen's hands early. Short passes to Dallas Goedert over the middle, or even the short pass as a screen, get the running backs involved. How about a slant pattern to A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith? Really to attack the Rams where I don't feel like they're okay at safety. Cam Kinchens is a rookie safety. He's gotten a few interceptions this season. Cam Curl came over from the Commanders, but they're very vulnerable on the outside at corner, one of them being Akello Witherspoon, who has really struggled over the last few seasons, to put it mildly. And so that's where I believe the Eagles can really take advantage of it on the outside, really. But for a quarterback like Jalen Hurts, who has really struggled to get off to a fast start and establish a rhythmic passing offense, I think it behooves Kellen Moore to try and get him some early completions to really settle into the flow of the game and have it a little bit more cohesive.
We got to check a behooves there.
There we go. Got a behooves.
Yeah,
now,
I pause for emphasis there.
Now, Monday, we both agreed that A.J. Brown didn't look exactly himself out there. Now you got to study the tape and look at it. Do you still hold by that belief?
Yeah, I do. I think he clearly looked like the knee was giving him some issues. Now, and we've talked about this last week, John. That's something that I believe he's going to have to play with. It's something that I think the Eagles have done a very good job in managing, and I just didn't think they wanted to push it. I think if A.J. Brown really had to, there's a lot of plays that he could have made, and if they want to put him in certain positions, I don't think that they would feel hamstring to a degree to do that. I just think it's something he's going to have to work through, and getting through a game now, he knows how to manage that pain and how to go through the week, and I'll be curious to see how the Eagles approach it starting today, this afternoon, when they practice at the Link at 3:35.
And you'll be there.
Yes, I will.
See that?
We will be following you along. Mr. Checo, great job as always, brother. We can't wait to talk to you on Friday for the entire 8 o'clock hour, which means also we'd be a couple days closer to the Eagles and Rams divisional game, which takes place Sunday at 3 o'clock. We appreciate the time as always, man. We'll talk to you Friday.
Looking forward to it, guys. Have a great day.
There he is, Andrew DeCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business, a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next.
You feel good when you hear DeCecco.
Yes.
Like
he feels very confident.
He feels confident.
He feels confident.
Makes you feel a little bit better.
All right, so Amy Fadul joins us for the entire 9 o'clock hour.
She always makes you feel better, too.
Yes, of course. Brings a smile to all of our faces. But coming up next, Sheil Kapadia put it into perspective just how bad the passing offense was on Sunday. No, not a bad game for the Eagles. The Eagles won. To the people on social media yesterday that were upset when we pointed out that the passing offense was bad. It was. We'll tell you just how bad in terms of history next. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider.
on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. On a Wednesday morning, Amy Fadul is going to be joining us coming up for the entire 9 o'clock hour. And we are just getting closer and closer to Eagles-Rams Sunday 3 o'clock divisional round. Again, I am so thankful for the 3 o'clock start because I like to go to bed. And I don't like the waiting around all day. I hate it. I know people like that because it's like the added bit to the experience.
No.
I hate it. Super Bowl Sunday, man, it was weird because I worked after the Super Bowl. So leading up to the Super Bowl, I had nothing to kill time. I played Eagles-Patriots Madden, I think, 18 times just to try to burn clock.
You played Eagles-Patriots?
Yeah, over and over and over and over again.
So you just went back to that.
You're talking.
Time. Oh, okay. So you're talking about the year that they won it.
Yes.
That's what you
I needed something to do all day because it wasn't until 6 o'clock. I woke up at 8 o'clock. I'm like, okay. I just got all day to sit here now.
Not a fan of that.
So I'm pro 3 o'clock start on Sunday. I love it.
Can't bother.
All right, so Sheil Kapadia, who is amazing. I love Sheil.
He does a great job.
He's very, very good at covering the NFL and, of course, used to cover the Eagles for The Athletic and other avenues before that here locally. So he did a write-up on the wild card games, and, of course, he talked about the Eagles' passing offense. And the header says the Eagles' passing game has to get better. And then in parentheses, I think.
Uh-oh.
The Eagles are a hard team to talk about right now. On one hand, they almost never lose. They followed up a 14-3 regular season with the 22-10 win over the Packers in the wild card round and are the favorites in their divisional round matchup against the Rams.
So what's the problem, Sheil?
Well, on the other hand, there have been many weeks this season when I've watched their passing game and thought, how are they winning with this? It happened again on Sunday afternoon when they managed just 121 net passing yards against the Packers. The Eagles' DVOA this season.
DVOA, can you explain?
No,
exactly. That's why people. It's like it's. I think a lot of people had that.
It's like the big. It's the big number.
Sure.
It's the war these days, right? But it's their lowest ranking for any season since Hurts became the starter in 2021. Now he added to it by saying they major in predictability and lack creativity, and it feels like the aggressiveness has been coached out of Hurts, which we wanted that to happen. So in fairness to Jalen. And in fairness to the Eagles' offense, we did not want him to play hero ball anymore. He did mention that there was only one pass that traveled over 20 yards downfield. That was the fake tush push that ended up going incomplete. So he went through over the last 10 postseasons to see just how bad this offense was in context with the rest of the NFL.
Okay.
Because we had people that were upset with us yesterday still, somehow, pointing out that the passing offense was bad on Sunday.
I don't understand it. We had a couple people with the Instagram and everything like, oh, man, you're being negative. No.
They had 39 yards in the third quarter.
Late in the third quarter.
That's horrible. That's one drive for teams. That's the opening drive for teams.
And that just can't – you got to realize that's a problem. You just got to acknowledge it. It wasn't a good one.
Over the last 10 postseason games, or 10 years of postseason games, there have been 224 total games. Hurts's wild card performance ranked tied for 205th in drop back success rate, a metric that measures how often a passing play produces a positive outcome for the offense. So positive outcome, 1 yard. All right, not 50 yards.
Okay, this is getting worse.
1 yard.
Sheil, I don't like your tone.
There have been have only been 15 examples in the past 10 seasons of a quarterback having a worse success rate in a playoff game. And guess what? All 15 of those quarterbacks lost. In case you're not following, the Eagles game Sunday featured the least efficient passing performance by a quarterback whose team won a playoff game in the past 10 years. So my conclusion, yeah, it's okay to be concerned. The Eagles have the best defense in the NFL. They have a great offensive line. They have a deep roster of skill position players like A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. Seasons with a collection of talent like this don't come around often, and the roster will look different next season. We can debate who is to blame for the struggles. Could be Hurts, could be Kellen Moore, could be Nick Sirianni, or a combination. But we can all agree that a passing game this bland is inexcusable given how good the supporting cast is. Now, he doesn't say they're going to lose.
Yeah, but it's hard to argue with any of that.
No, you can't argue with it. It's bad. In terms of the last 10 years,
it's terrible.
205th out of 224, and the teams that were worse all lost. Good for the Eagles for winning. That is an outlier win.
They didn't let it affect them. I think that's fine. But Shield gives you reason to be slightly concerned, I would say.
Yes.
There's slight concern to that.
Now, we have talked about it. Hopefully, this past Sunday, I believe this past Sunday is not the norm for this Eagles team.
I don't believe it is either, and I gave you the whole rundown to everybody the other day about all the times where the Eagles have advanced in the playoffs where their first playoff game was their worst performance.
Right.
And so maybe, and I don't know if that's something that is for every team, but it just is, it was their worst performance. They usually rebound with a better performance, not necessarily rebounding for a win.
Yeah. So when I read all that from Shield, are you almost more surprised that they won when history tells you would normally lose?
No, not because of what it doesn't take into account is who you're playing.
Yes.
And the Packers were pitiful. And Jordan Love was absolutely atrocious and was made to look atrocious by the Eagles defense. And sometimes you do what is required to win a game.
That's true.
You don't go and do extra. We're not going to take that shot. We're not going to take that chance because we don't want to do something that's going to put things at risk.
Right. And they didn't do things at risk. And Jordan Love did, and that's why there's 3 picks. Herbert had 4.
That's great work by Shield, though.
Yeah, he's great.
He really does a good job. That was really
good
nice.
to point out, but also good to say, hey, they won the football game, and this is the way they play. So it's not like we should start panicking just because the information would tell you that they would normally lose a game like that.
Sure.
All right, coming up next, Amy Fadul joins us. She's in with us for the remainder of the show, so we get to kick around all of our topics with Amy, and we'll check the text line as well as the hour goes on. You can text the show or call the show at 610-632-0975. It is Kincade and Salciunas with Amy Fadul next, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The passing attack has to be better. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Eagles are set to host the Los Angeles Rams this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. in the divisional round of the playoffs. One aspect of the offense that many would like to see improve this week would be the passing attack. Kellen Moore spoke about their struggles in the wild card round yesterday and says he hopes they improve on Sunday.
Passing game obviously wasn't our best performance. Certainly every person involved would love to have it be cleaner, and obviously that's sometimes how games go, unfortunately. Obviously something that we're all excited to navigate and find better answers moving forward.
The Sixers dropped their 3rd game in a row last night. This time it was to the Oklahoma City Thunder by a score of 118-102. The Sixers were without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Paul George. The team as a whole, they're back in action tonight. They're hosting the New York Knicks. Tip-off is at 7 p.m., and you can listen to that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they lost last night in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets by a score of 3-2. This update was brought to you by the CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. Discover your future at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. Skill-based training in broadcast media, filmmaking, and more in just a few months. Visit GoCSB.com for a tour. That's GoCSB.com. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation, business trip.
on a Wise Snack Wednesday. How about we give out 2 more 20-packs right now out the door, and also 2 pairs of Temple Tulane tickets. So call 215-263-0975. Callers number 1 and 2 will get the 20-bag variety box of Wise Snacks. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise Snacks. Perfect for this weekend for the divisional round of the playoffs. And also, Temple alumni, don't miss exciting college basketball action when Temple men's basketball battles the American Athletic Conference rival Tulane this Sunday at 1 o'clock at the Linebacker Center. Stick around after the game for a special Magic performance on the court. How about that? Bring the whole family. Kids tickets are only $10 on game day. For tickets, visit AliceTix.com. Speaking of magic, how about some magical radio with Amy Fadul? Amy, good morning.
Magical. I'll take it. Good morning.
Magic. Look.
Magical.
Look, it is. I like it.
People get tired.
Magic, I just appeared.
Pull rabbit out of a hat. Yes,
people get tired of hearing us over the course of 4 hours. So that's why we bring you in. And all of a sudden, it's magic. So it's been a fun day today. We've been talking a lot about this Eagles team and defense wins championships and running games. Right. We've been asking the question. So I'll ask you this. Forget the Eagles for a second. If I told you a team that was built off of run first and defense first, right? Those are your first 2 pegs of a football team. Would you feel comfortable saying that team is a championship contender?
Yes, I would feel comfortable.
See, I don't know if somebody just told me it was any team, I would say yes.
Really?
But then when you see how dominant this defense is, how dominant this ground game is.
Because it's not just they're built off of it, they excel at it.
Right.
It's not just like, oh, we're good at the defense and we run the ball a lot because we don't have any offensive weapons. That's not why they do it. They excel at it. They have the best running back. They have the best defense. I mean, you don't have – look at and I know great stuff from Sheil, and I'm so glad you guys talked about that because it was really good. And it is. And it's like, oh, okay. It does make you nervous because it's 2025 and – it's a passing league.
Yeah.
So you're thinking, no, this is not the Ravens of old. This is not the Chicago Bears. But there's teams, when you win, you have to have that balance. And at least like when you think about, they don't have the balance as far as 50-50 passing and running, but they do have the option to do it. They just happen to be really, really good at it. So if you told me anybody was the best at running the ball and the best at defense, defending the ball, then yes, I would be like, that's a championship team.
Did you hear Schefter or not?
I did, yes.
He was a little like, I didn't get the point of, until I see it in the playoffs, I don't care about the rankings. I'm like, the part, like shows that he's part of every day. That's what, and shows that you're part of. That's what you study. We've had 18 tests.
And you do see it. Even though you saw it on paper, you did see it.
Yes.
You saw it in person.
Yeah.
It did translate. I think that's the big worry. There's always the worry like, oh, is it regular season? Or are these just inflated numbers? Did it just really look good because of everything was whatever you want to choose, you need to see it in the postseason because that's where the rankings actually matter.
And that's
fine. Win or
fine.
go home, right? Okay,
Sure.
They did it. Check.
They showed
on
you.
to the next.
And they win a playoff game and they move on. And look, I understand why people would have that concern. I mean, that was something that Connor, he's not in today, but Connor was really worried about. He needed to see that big passing offensive performance. And we did see it. We finally saw it against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
There you go.
A couple of weeks ago.
But if we found out that the Steelers were a bit fraudulent?
Maybe we had a tweet earlier.
A win's a win.
We had a tweet earlier from Dave. He said maybe the Eagles broke the Steelers like the Niners broke the Eagles last year.
I think the Steelers were a smidge broken before that.
Yeah, they had no offense. Russell Wilson stinks, but that defense was still the defense, and that's the defense that you threw the football against. But I always like to use the Sixers analogy. Amy, you know all about this. The Al Horford team, right? Big team, bully ball. Let's chuck up a lot of threes. It doesn't I get
PTSD.
it.
Don't bring up that team.
But I get
PTSD.
that's the league.
Stop
the
it.
league
Why are you doing
is,
that to Amy? Stop it.
I'm trying to make a point here. And sometimes we got to bring up PTSD. The league is about shooting threes.
Yes.
But when your team isn't built that way,
then you don't do it.
And so this team, even though this team does have weapons offensively to throw the football, the strength of this team is run. So why would you then go against it just because the league tells you
just because
this is
the league tells you? And the thing is, it's not that they can't. I don't think that there's a doubt in my mind. Like, yes, Jalen Hurts had an off game, but it's something we talked about. We've talked about for weeks. They've asked him to do less.
Mm-hmm.
They've asked the offense as a whole through the air to do less. Less creation, less cowboy type of vibe, less, taking those risks. Jordan Love took risks. Where did it lead him? Justin Herbert, that was
I've
atrocious.
never seen
Sam
that performance
Darnold.
from him.
Sam Darnold looked like a deer in headlights. So the thing is, keep within your game.
Yep.
Dance with the lady who brought you, and that is the run game and defense. And until it doesn't work, then you pivot. But I understand the concern because, as you mentioned, it is a passing league, and you do want to see it. And you have dynamic receivers, and you're thinking, my gosh, why are we having all these go routes and get me something like these big chunk yardage? All right, if you win how you win, why do you care?
Like at the end of the day, if
you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop, and I'm not that mindset.
I believe taking the ball out of risk is in today's day. When you have a defense like this, I was saying earlier, they punted the ball, not punted the ball. They ran the ball on greater than 3rd and 8 or greater 3 times in that game. Normally, 3rd and 8, you're throwing the ball.
Correct.
They ran the ball saying, if we make it, we make it. If not,
we're
we
good
feel
with our
fine
defense.
punting it. Yes.
And I feel like you've seen that with teams in the past where they're so secure in their defense. They're not taking any unnecessary risks. And that's something, talk about like learning through the season. That is not something you saw week 7, week 8, week 9 from this team. You didn't see that. They took those chances. They put those maybe riskier plays out there. Sometimes they paid off, sometimes they didn't. And the worry was, oh, well, is that going to come back to bite you? It didn't because they learned from it. And this Rams team is a great example. This Rams team was struggling mightily during the season. They're on quite a roll right now. They found their rhythm. And when you think about the Rams, who's the number one guy you're like, ooh?
I'm worried. To me, Nakua for me is.
But I don't know.
But with this secondary, I'm thinking they can at least contain him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Their run game is very good.
Right.
Their defense it's a very good team, but they found their rhythm. And they don't have those giant Cooper Kupp's not going for 50 yards every go route.
Right.
They don't have that play. They dink and dunk it, and that's how that's going to work for them because it's worked for Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp. 5 yards here, 8 yards here, 12 yards here. No big plays for them, no splashy plays. Obviously, Williams does a nice job for them. But I feel like, all right, you do what works for you. And I feel like everybody's just waiting for the other, like, oh, well, if we don't throw the ball for 300 yards, we're not going to win the game.
They've been doing it all season long. All season long, it's been working out for them. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibility. So how did you feel when you were watching the game this past Sunday when the Eagles beat the Packers? I put out a tweet that a lot of people were very upset by because of jinxes and Negadelphia at halftime. And John saw it. John was running the station's Twitter account, so John got plenty of
getting inundated with people going, seriously, Salciunas?
He got plenty of the notifications. It was retweeted by the station, so he then
I did that. Yes.
Got all the notifications.
Perfect.
I put out the tweet at halftime. This game is over. The only thing I need to see in the second half for my sanity moving forward is that the offense finds life, right? I did not think when it was 10-0, and the Packers already lost their starting right tackle.
Yeah.
They benched the backup in the first half. So they were down to their third option at right tackle. Their right guard had gotten hurt. Their left tackle had gotten hurt. This is before Reed and Dobbs were out, but I didn't think with lack of protection on the road, Jordan Love already looked like a mess.
He did.
That he was going to all of a
That was
sudden
surprising.
Go into Philadelphia in the second half, come from behind, and outscore the Eagles by 11. Because the Eagles, I thought the offense would look at some point better in the second half with the rhythm. And, oh, by the way, you have Saquon. So you're going to burn clock. That 7-minute drive they had in the fourth quarter, I expected to see at some point. Did you have that sort of confidence? Maybe not as crazy as me, but that sort of confidence at halftime that you're saying, all right, this game is still the Eagles to have.
Absolutely. And obviously I was locked in also on the Sixers because it was a 6 o'clock game. Just couldn't take my eyes off of that match.
That game must have gotten you excited, too.
It did. But no, there was no doubt in my mind when they took that lead because that put the offense for the Packers behind the 8 ball. It put Jordan Love, who had not shown you anything. Very surprising compared to what you saw from not only this season with him towards the end of the season, but last season in the postseason. You thought, well, this guy's not going to get rattled by the big stage. Whatever happened, whatever it was, whether it was something that the Eagles defense was necessarily showing him or just the way his offensive line was clearly banged up or the combination thereof, there was no doubt in my mind that there's no way that he was going to be able to put together multiple drives against that Eagles defense in the way that he was playing, in the way that he was acting. He was absolutely rattled. He was rattled almost out of the gates, it looked like. He had no idea. And I thought, wow, that was really surprising. So when they went up, and I thought,
his first throw wasn't intercepted, but it was the one that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson dropped.
No, almost. I mean, it was right there.
It was right there.
He almost had 4 picks.
It was right there. So you're thinking, there was little doubt in my mind that that the Eagles were going to win that game by at least 10 points.
When you saw Saquon's performance, again, he seems incredibly happy to be where he is,
I would
and to have this opportunity that he's got. We keep saying simplify it. It's got to be a run-first approach. Run. They haven't done that in the first half almost all year. What do you expect Sunday?
The same. I expect the same. I think they're still going to try to keep it even. It was funny. I was on last week and I thought, oh, there's so much talk about Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. They're just going to come out slinging it. Obviously, they didn't do that. Their very first one, they got their very first drive, they started, it was such a short drive, so they didn't have to do much. So I look at the first real drive where they actually had to take the ball, from a punt. But, I think they keep it the same. Don't change what ain't broke. I think you run the ball.
14-3 record.
And
14-3 record would tell you that.
Honest.
Absolutely. All right, Amy's with us for the remainder of the show. Don't forget, 10 o'clock is the Mike Missanelli show. It is a Wise Snack Wednesday, so we still have 2 more 20-packs to give away. Coming up next, Jeff McLane. We talked about it earlier. We'll play it for Amy. He was very adamant yesterday about Sunday's performance and how the game plan maybe being talked about too much on a national level and how it could be both game plan and Jalen Hurts. We'll play that for Amy, see what she has to say about it. Speaking of the 9 o'clock hour and national voices, Stephen A. Smith. Oh, he's losing faith in the Eagles, guys.
General Hospital's Stephen A. Smith, please.
We'll play that for you coming up later on as well. It is Kincade Salciunas with Amy Fadul for the rest of the show today on this Wednesday morning. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
I'm watching that game yesterday in total comfort because I knew that other team couldn't beat them. And it's why I go, okay, this is just the first game.
He has a lot to say about sports in Philadelphia.
now on Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:11 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic with Amy Fadul for the remainder of the show. We were just talking a little bit about the Sixers during the commercial break. I got my rant out of the way this morning, Amy. I looked into the camera.
Those young kids fought.
They did.
That's a positive.
And I give them
Amy found
credit.
Amy found the positive, and that's the key.
I gave them credit for it.
There's 9 active players.
I looked Daryl Morey in the eye, and I mean the camera, in case he watches the show on YouTube, which you can watch our show on YouTube. Just search
and why wouldn't you?
The Fanatic, especially if you're Daryl Morey looking for Sixers knowledge. He's got
he needs you for the Sixers knowledge.
I implore him that he has to speak soon, because I and you went through the process days where Brett Brown, the pawn, was made out to be the messenger.
That was rough
and
for Brett.
Sam Hinkie lived in the shadows. And Daryl Morey has a good relationship with Sam Hinkie, so don't make the same mistake that your friend did.
And she was actually working through the whole process, having to create content and everything. You were just one of the cosplayers.
Yeah, I was just a drunk fan
Jim
going
Lynam
down the
and
Broad Street line.
Jim Lynam and I have war stories about doing these 47-minute post-game shows after a 35-point loss to like the Wizards.
I imagine.
The back half of those were, we talked a lot about
he's
college.
got to speak soon.
Yeah.
Like this can't continue without anybody hearing from the president of basketball operations.
Yeah,
seriously.
Just with the direction, what do they do? I mean, the trade deadline is obviously coming up.
Yeah, so schedule a
But
presser
they got nothing
soon.
to trade, do they?
Oh, everybody's
I mean,
all KJ Martin'd up, but what is KJ Martin going to really get you?
Seriously.
I mean, KJ Martin's hurt currently. So.
Yeah, but that's the guy that everyone keeps on pointing out. He's the most movable piece.
No, I think they've got more pieces than that. I just don't want them to move those pieces.
I got you.
There we go.
I'm not going to speak it into existence.
Yeah, they're not.
You
They
keep
can't.
those.
They can't be sellers.
No,
They can't be.
No, because who's buying?
You have too much. Well, people will buy, but you have too much invested.
Correct.
You have way too much invested.
Correct.
You can't sell. All right.
It's almost like you could have seen this coming. Almost.
Maybe.
Like you could have seen this coming.
So yesterday, Jeff McLane joined us,
Yes, listened.
and
Always enjoyed Jeff.
We appreciate you listening.
He's very adamant. He did not like the question at the very beginning. You'll hear him take somewhat of a shot here at Dan Orlovsky, but taking a listen to what Jeff McLane had to say about the performance Sunday when I asked him, hey, it looks like, I remember I straight up said, I was like, look, by the looks of it, it looks like it was more game plan than Jalen Hurts. What is your reaction to that? Take a listen.
Look, there's NFL open, and then there's high school. The guys were open. Was it the greatest game plan, or was it the greatest play calling execution by Kellen Moore? No, but I think that's gone way too far to one extreme, and then just like the other extreme that Jalen was terrible is ridiculous too. I think it's probably a combination of both. But I know you're talking about he's got a large platform, and then when you start saying this is what happens in terms of film and scheme and that kind of things, I think it was a little bit over the top. Like if you watch it, there were definitely throws that could have been made, and then there's times when they just have to be thrown. The ball needs to be thrown away. You just can't be taking sacks. Now that happens.
Right.
I get it. Sometimes taking a sack is better than throwing the ball over. And I'm not saying that Jalen at times didn't have to make those decisions, but I think again the extremities that people go to in this conversation sometimes is ridiculous. It's a combination of both of why the offense wasn't productive, and several other factors as well.
And we didn't absolve Jalen of blame. We pointed out that there are things
neither
that Jalen.
did Jeff.
Right. But I did go more so game plan. I hated
did too.
I hated it. And that was a thought live time Sunday. Like this wasn't like
Think
something.
that was too conservative?
I didn't have Dan Orlovsky change my opinion. We talked about it on Monday when we did the show. We didn't play the Dan Orlovsky clip till yesterday morning.
Right.
I did not like the game plan. I hated that they went away from the run as early as they did. I just thought a lot of the plays were too slowly developing.
Yeah.
And so when you go into this game against the Rams, and our own Andrew DeCecco joined us earlier today, this game screams run the ball, as you mentioned, Amy, but it also screams quick passing schemes. They didn't do that this past Sunday.
Yeah, and I think it was that was the case, and I thought it was a really good point. Jeff obviously did take exception to that, and it was very well put by him. But you can't really go to those extremes. You can't say one thing like Jalen Hurts was terrible, and that's why the passing game was so off, or the calls were so terrible that's why Jalen Hurts couldn't find it. You can't take those two polar opposite type of views. I don't think either is correct. I think it's true that it is something in the middle, but they did go away from a little bit of what got them there. And you mentioned that, like those mid-range type of vibes where you're sitting there, all right, well, you brought it up too, John. 3rd and 8, that is a passing play, and it would be actually probably any other game this season. and it probably should have been, but it didn't matter for them. But those are the chances when it's 2nd and 8 and you don't get it, and then you're now dealing with a 3rd and 8. Well, you didn't get the 2nd and 8 because you probably didn't throw the pass that you usually had been accustomed to, whether it was a little route to, and I know Dallas Goedert is coming back, but in this case, at previous games this season, it was Grant Calcaterra. You didn't see those type of plays, that kind of little out pass that was to the sideline for the tight end. We saw that all over when they were winning those games. You saw that a lot with Devontae Smith, these little teeny routes, curls. So I was confused a little bit by that, and I wondered if they just thought, okay, we're going to keep it really simple, and they took out everything that could have been a turnover because maybe they have concerns. It was a little bit too simplified and conservative, I guess is the only other word I can come up with.
You've been around the franchise a long time. What do you think? Do you believe that AJ is more banged up than we're being told?
I mean, we're being told that he's hurt. You saw that. He didn't practice. I thought that was the biggest thing when we're all waiting last week to see when Jalen had practiced and when's he going to hit the field. There was no doubt in my mind that Jalen Hurts was going to practice. When I went over there on Wednesday and A.J. Brown had yet to practice, that's when I was like, or with Thursday. I went over there Thursday, and we waited outside at Saquon Barkley's locker. And that's when we realized that A.J. Brown hadn't practiced. And I thought, well, that's not great.
Right.
That's a little bit concerning because he's been on the report for a couple of weeks now, and now he hasn't practiced for a couple days. He's a professional. I had no doubt he was going to go out there, but you just wondered how effective he was going to be. So, I mean, they tell us when he doesn't practice, and I think that's all you need to see.
And it showed on Sunday.
Yeah.
It definitely showed.
He definitely is banged up.
It was not great.
He'll be out there, though.
He'll be out there.
Yeah, he'll be out there. No, they're not keeping him off.
All right, coming up next, I don't know why I do this, but we will check the national media and what they are saying, specifically the shows where they yell at you. Stephen A. Smith is losing confidence in the Eagles, guys.
Stephen A. Smith.
We'll find out why he's losing confidence in the Eagles after their win over the Packers in the wild card round of the playoffs. So we'll play that for you next. And also, I was able to read this when it was first posted not long ago. Our man Tim McManus, who just does a great job covering the Eagles for ESPN, he wrote an article on Nick Sirianni. And it's a great one because a lot of people question what does Nick Sirianni do around here at times. It was a great article about what Sirianni means for this Eagles team. I'll read you some of it coming up next as well. It is Kincade Salciunas, Amy Fadul with us for the rest of the show here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Can the pass attack improve? I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships. Coming January 25th, the biggest fighting event ever to hit Philadelphia. Knucklemania 5 from Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships, Saturday, January 25th at the Wells Fargo Center. The Eagles are gearing up to host the Los Angeles Rams this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. in the divisional round of the playoffs. One aspect of their offense that many would like to see improve this weekend would be the passing attack. Kellen Moore spoke about their struggles in the wild card round yesterday and says he hopes to improve them on Sunday.
Passing game obviously wasn't our best performance. Certainly every person involved would love to have it be cleaner, and obviously that's sometimes how games go, unfortunately. Obviously something that we're all excited to navigate and find better answers moving forward.
The Sixers dropped their third game in a row last night. This time it was to the Oklahoma City Thunder by a score of 118-102. The Sixers were without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Paul George, though. The team itself, they're back in action tonight. They're hosting the New York Knicks. That tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can listen to that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they lost last night in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets by a score of 3-2. This update was also brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that is built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch on 97.5 The Fanatic's YouTube channel.
Watch the live stream of Kincade and Salciunas, weekdays from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. and the Mike Missanelli.
10:45 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We have a really good article from Tim McManus on ESPN.com that I'll get to coming up in a little bit. But I want to play this audio for you, and then I want to go to a call because maybe these things will go hand in hand. But Stephen A. Smith, of course, hosts of First Take and all over the place on ESPN. They were doing their NFL segments yesterday, and he was talking about his concern for the Eagles and how his confidence in them is waning. Let's find out why from Stephen A. Smith.
I find this to be a very, very dangerous game for the Philadelphia Eagles. Are they better? For all the reasons you articulated, Jeff, sure, no problem. But seeing what I've seen in terms of question marks in their passing game, Jalen Hurts' accuracy, his ability to read through progressions quickly enough to, find his open receivers, A.J. Brown not feeling like he's not getting enough action, etc. If those things rear its head against a Los Angeles Rams team with nothing to lose, they're not going to be the favorite. They're on the road. Everybody anticipates that they're probably going to lose this game. And they've got championship, they've got a championship veneer to them. I mean, you got your coach, you got Matthew Stafford. I can't say I'm more confident in the Eagles. I'm definitely less confident than I was a week ago.
His accuracy?
I mean,
Jalen Hurts' accuracy?
Yeah.
At the minute then, and it's
you kind of check out, don't you?
It's a fault of mine.
Yeah.
The minute I hear somebody on the National say something that makes no sense.
Yeah.
My listening ears.
I do kind of check. Well, in fairness, I check out a lot when Stephen A. talks. But
yeah.
No, when he started going on that rant, I was like, all right, where's it going? And then he's okay. I'm like, I'm trucking along. And I was like, oh, then no, you lost me there.
Yeah. And the book, of course, he and a lot of people will use the book as ammo for any sort of talking point this week.
Do they listen to AJ?
No.
And that's what they don't do. They don't do the follow-up of listening to AJ talk about it.
No.
Apparently he's been reading books for a long time on the sidelines.
I would think he does.
Baby.
It's good.
Inner excellence. Coming to a bookstore again near you.
The one thing is,
it's sold out.
I will say this. I have seen him carry that book around on game day. I've seen him carry a book around. I've never seen him read it. But I've seen him carry a book. I've seen him carry a book around off of warm-ups.
Yeah.
I've seen him carry a book around off of warm-ups.
Like of warm-ups. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like he doesn't have that book around. And as it showed it was a loved book.
And he reads it past the first page.
It's very dogged. Yeah, it's
like
not
LeBron.
It's not LeBron with his book reading. Well, I mean, seriously.
It's every time.
Tobias always used to carry a book.
Look what I'm reading, yeah.
Always. Every time he'd have that whole shot for like the drip cam or whatever they call it,
Yeah.
I guarantee you LeBron's books aren't dog-eared like that one. Like, A.J. Brown has that thing it's as if he was taking it for a test.
Damn right,
he wants that inner excellence. Maybe LeBron doesn't need that.
Yeah, well, he just has it.
There you go.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to James on the cell who has a take. What's up, James?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hi, James.
Hi, James.
Hello.
Hey, so I just wanted to say this, and then I'll get off the phone real quick. Just let me say what I have to say. You guys talk the same stuff every day, and the media's on our hands every day. What if? You know what our problem is? We have one problem, okay? And it's called Jalen Hurts. I'm sorry, okay? I don't know what fantasy you guys live in, okay? But he is a garbage quarterback. And that's why all of us fans feel the way we feel.
All of us. You're
speaking for everyone?
Did you guys have your meeting last night to decide this?
Let me finish real quick.
No.
He doesn't want give and take, John. He just wants to
You just want to pontificate.
Yeah.
You don't want to be challenged.
He just wants to do a drive-by.
If you put Donovan McNabb, Randall Cunningham, Joe Burrow, hell, Allen back there, do you really think A.J. Brown has no stats? Do you really think that the media is really saying that, we don't know if Billy can do this, we don't know if they can do that? Do you think there's any of them discussion?
I think if Donovan McNabb was the quarterback, the Eagles would be more successful.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
We talked about on the show.
That's not a stretch.
Nobody's arguing that.
I also said
it's
Joe
not
Burrow. Like, come on, Josh Allen is
Nobody's
the MVP.
arguing that.
This is ridiculous. But to say he's garbage is strong.
That's where you're
Sam
ridiculous.
Darnold, Justin Herbert.
You guys, I love y'all to death, but we have a quarterback problem.
No, we don't, James. We appreciate the call. We don't have a quarterback problem.
No, but we all agree.
I get that he can have a bad game, and you've seen things that you don't appreciate, but to say he's garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just ridiculous.
And would I rather
the
have
listening ears?
Would I rather have Joe Burrow? Yeah, sure.
Joe Burrow.
Would I
yes.
rather have Joe Montana? Absolutely.
playing
Bring
Madden?
him on. What's
No.
happening right now?
I'm not playing Madden. I can't just go.
Would you rather
give me
have
that
Jalen
guy.
Hurts than Justin Herbert?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
day- and by
Would
the
you
way,
rather have
we've
Jalen
never
Hurts than
moved off
Sam
that.
Darnold?
No.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
All
Absolutely.
day freaking long.
Better than Gardner. The level of quarterback play as a whole in the NFL is atrocious.
Hey.
Would you
Preach.
rather have him than Russell Wilson?
Yes.
Would you rather have him than Tua Tagovailoa?
Yes.
Yeah.
All
A lot
right,
of- a
everybody.
lot of
I
quarterbacks.
just
You're
named
putting it in. You're putting it in
exactly.
great perspective.
I'm putting it. These are starting quarterbacks. A lot of them of playoff teams or playoff adjacent teams, close to being playoff teams. Stop it.
Yep.
I like that.
Thank
Stop
you,
it.
Amy.
Now listen, can you hear that? You can almost hear your mom just came out. The
Stop
mom
it.
voice just came out.
Stop
Good work. I
Stop it.
appreciate that.
Stop it.
All right. I also appreciate Tim McManus. Now we'll go back to the warm and fuzzies because that was ridiculous.
No, but it's still nice to hear from somebody.
Of course.
Thank you for calling
Tim McManus wrote an article about Nick Sirianni. And the title is Eagles Sirianni is a player's coach no matter what you think of him. And he spoke with different members of the offensive line like Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson. And it's great because it tells different stories within the article. Like one of the stories is of Jordan Mailata, and there's quotes from it. During OTAs, Nick Sirianni went up to Jordan Mailata, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, come to my office." And Jordan Mailata says in the story, "F, what did I do wrong?" He goes up to his office with his lunch, and Nick Sirianni right away says, "Have a seat. You're not in trouble. How's your dad?" Because Jordan Mailata's dad had a heart attack this past off season, and Nick knew about it, and Nick wanted to sit down one-on-one with Jordan Mailata to talk about it. And that's something that we have said numerous times. John, you told a story about a coach that literally told a player, "Hey, you need to have an appointment to come speak."
Oh, it was Bobby Petrino with Brian Finneran.
Right.
Shocking that Bobby Petrino
what
was a
jerk,
bad coach.
like a jerk.
Huh.
Like he was a jerk to him.
Stop it.
Right.
He said, "I'm."
That guy's terrible.
Hey, can you make it? He just showed up in his office, door open. Hey, coach, his first year, and he said, "Hey, coach, look forward to. Could you do me a favor, Brian? Could you make an appointment?"
That's ridiculous.
And then he was gone.
And so in this article, Mailata also talks about how Nick Sirianni will write little letters and just leave them in the lockers of players, which is that's really cool. You get to your
It's like your
le-
lunch. It's like your lunch bag.
Yeah, exactly. Like mom loves you.
gives a little
Yeah.
note.
Little encouragement.
Yes.
Have a great day. And
I
that's,
needed them
Core
occasionally.
values.
and that's really cool. Rick Lovato
values.
even talks about. I mean, look, Rick Lovato, with all due respect, long snapper. That means Nick Sirianni is doing enough to still make an impact on the long snapper of this football team, which was really cool. And something I didn't know about. So Lane Johnson was asked about Nick Sirianni. Remember the introductory press conference and how
Sirianni's?
Yeah. People had a field day with it, right? So one of Sirianni's strengths and leadership, as Tim writes, is that he confronts issues when they come up rather than sweeping them under the rug, which I do believe was a bit of an issue last year between him and Jalen Hurts.
I think he learned his lesson on
But Lane Johnson tells a story about the introductory press conference that I don't think we knew about.
Okay.
Here's the quote from Lane. As soon as we got in the first team meeting after the news conference, he said, "Guys, that was effing terrible. I'd like to do it all over again, but I can't. I just want you guys to be aware of it." So the players didn't even know about how bad the press conference
they had
was.
heard.
And
It was right after. They
no,
couldn't
he
have.
did the press conference and then went to the team meeting.
Yeah, they couldn't have.
And it
unless
was
they
on
were locked in on
Zoom
Zoom.
and- yeah, exactly.
And so he realized it. And right away he goes, "Guys, I had a really bad
Well,
press
Yeah,
conference.
he's trying to make a better impression.
I just want to let you guys know about
Good.
that."
You got to recognize that.
And then lastly, Mailata. Could he be more professional? 100%. But we've always supported him in saying, "Be you. We know you like to wear your heart on your sleeve. Continue to do that, and we'll continue to bat for you because you always bat for us." It's a great article.
That's a
We
great.
all fertilize.
It's a great endorsement for him as a leader.
Listen,
There's different leadership.
and this was the role that he was supposed to be, right? He's the CEO coach, and we all wondered in the offseason how it would go. Apparently, swimmingly well.
Yeah.
Exceptionally well at this
It did
point.
do well.
Right?
It was the
Yes.
reading of the leadership books that he did.
Maybe he also read Inner Excellence.
Honestly, maybe they had a book club.
That would be
Sirianni
amazing.
and A.J. Brown, a little book club. Remember, Britton Covey did the escape room last year.
He
That
did do
didn't
that.
that didn't work for the team at
No,
all.
I think that's a
They
great
couldn't
piece
escape
from McManus
themselves.
because
That
I
was
think
the
it's
problem.
real insight into how those guys view him and why they want to play that way.
So credit to Tim McManus for that incredible story, but also credit to Nick Sirianni and what he is becoming as a head coach. A team that just continues to win 14-3 this year and already 1 win in the playoffs and hopefully 2 on Sunday. Okay, coming up next, we have 2 more Wise Snacks. 20 packs to give away, so we'll do that.
Amy's
coming
kids
up
could tear
next.
through one of these.
Yes, they could, especially on game day. Actually, no, Shawnee doesn't worry. He doesn't worry about it
Locked
on game
in,
day.
baby.
Locked in. I love that. So we'll kick around some few things, and we got the key 3 still to go right here on Kincade and Salciunas. Amy Fadul for the rest of the show. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Gearing up for the Rams. I'm Brendan Gump with your Birds Insiders playoff update. The Birds survived in advance this past Sunday.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We have the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 coming up in a few minutes. But let's give away one of our 2 remaining 20 packs of variety box for Wise Snacks, as this is a Wise Wednesday. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise Snacks. Hey, Philly also. Temple alumni don't miss exciting college basketball action when Temple men's basketball battles American Athletic Conference rival Tulane this Sunday at 1 o'clock at the Leah Course Center. Stick around after the game for a special magic performance on the court. Bring the whole family. Kids tickets are on $10 on game day. For tickets, visit alstix.com. Then you can go to one of the local bars like Maxie's and then go watch the Birds game at 3 o'clock. So caller number 1 to the contest line, 215-263-0975, will win a 20-pack of Wise Snacks, the variety box, which I love, and then also a pair of Temple Tulane tickets. We will have one more to give away before we get out of here. The 20-pack. So, Amy, John asked this question. He said Connor said that he could do it, and then he asked me if I could do it. Could you finish a 20-bag variety box?
The individual, the small individual size ones.
Over the course of an Eagles game.
No.
If you told me
that's a lot
10.
of snacks.
If you told me 10.
20 little bags?
20 little bags.
5 a quarter. I feel like that fourth quarter would be a rough finish.
5 a quarter. That's like you do like the you just shovel it down 2 or 3 times.
Well, then if you're just trying to gorge
I feel like
yourself.
this is meant for multiple people.
It's a bag of chips every 3 minutes of game time. You cannot do that.
I can tell you right now, I can do it.
I cannot wait to see this.
Well, I'm not going to do it.
We're going to come and look like the blueberry girl in freaking Willy Wonka. So I'm like,
You look like a big giant potato chip.
Look, I could do it. It's a lock that I could make that happen, man. Come on.
That is the truth.
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's talk to more of the people. So we had one caller that said Jalen Hurts is garbage, trash, stinks. Let's go to Tony on the cell. Maybe Tony thinks a little bit differently. What do we got, Tone?
Morning, guys. First of all, I hope everybody's having a great day.
You know what,
Thank you, Tony?
I hope you're having a great day.
Well, I'm trying.
Okay, here we go.
I'm trying. I just want to I listen to a lot of radio at work when I'm at work when I get time. And I'm just really, really, truly, 1, embarrassed, and 2, I'm just fed up. I'm tired of everybody just always looking negative about Jalen Hurts and this, that, and the third. His offense didn't look that great last week, but we also got to remember he just came up from a concussion protocol. Give him a time. Give him time to see what he can do. Now, if this season ends and he settles down, then we do what we got to do. But for all the fans calling in and saying he's trash, I think you're idiots. I really do.
I like your attitude, Tony. I like your attitude because I don't understand. Monday, I left work saying, I expected Monday to be like sort of a party.
Monday was a weird day.
And we walked out of there, both of us.
We walked
out going, "Oh my gosh, are people do you even enjoy watching?"
Right. I just think we should understand that there are a lot of cities and teams that are not even blessed to get to the playoffs.
Correct.
As much as we do, and we take it for granted. We've been to the Dodgers where we had a quarterback with no offense, quarterback with no defense, not a complete team. We have a complete roster now. So in the event we saying that, I just think we should let it play out. Let it play out. Now, if they let us down and they lose, then we do what we have to do in the off season. But while we still in the playoffs and we're still relevant, let's just enjoy the ride.
It's great. It's great perspective, Tony. Seriously, we appreciate the call, man. But that's where a lot of people are at, right? A lot of people are saying, it's obviously championship or bust, and if they don't look like they saw a championship product on the field this past Sunday, they're going to start freaking out. That's what a lot of people do.
And listen, you can have thoughts on it and have some concerns without going off the deep end and saying, "Well, this team can never win." And
Jalen Hurts we have a quarterback problem, is what our Tony, but the call James, our caller.
He said a trash quarterback.
Yeah,
and then he said quarterback
they have a quarterback problem,
which is so dumb.
That same quarterback that played in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
That was in the MVP discussion last year and the year before. Stop it. What are we doing here, people? What are we doing?
I don't. But I think
that's why we're not allowed to have nice things.
Thing is,
that's why.
I don't know where it comes from. I really don't.
Oh, yes, you do.
Do you really?
Yeah. That is ingrained. That kind of negativity.
Okay, the thing is, though,
that's ingrained for generations.
Is I will laugh at the fact that I have a child who is that way, and I'm not. And I have a child who's that way. It's like it skipped a generation. It was in the Delco bloodline. And it just jumped because she'll go, "Dad, that really wasn't good on Sunday." I said, "Celebrate a playoff win. Stop it."
Yeah, but you know what? There are people that look at things differently. Remember when I don't have to remind people, we lost 3 championships in 100 days? It sucked, right? But there are people that look back at it and go, oh my God, I can't believe they lost 3 championships in 100 days.
And the majority of people who say that didn't really give a damn about the youth.
Yeah, I agree.
Correct.
But my response for a lot of times is, man, we were in 3 championships in 100 days.
That's amazing.
Like, that's how I look. Would I rather
Would you
win?
rather? Would you
Yes.
rather your team
One
not
of
be
3
playing?
would have been nice.
Right.
1 of 3.
One of 3 would have been nice.
Would you rather not your team be playing?
Yeah. Do you want to be?
Would it be like last January?
Do you want to be the Cleveland Browns?
Right.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, that does not sound like something I would enjoy.
I don't want that.
I've been really lucky to be an Eagles fan. I can't
Phillies,
say all
like-
Philadelphia sports, but I've been really lucky to be an Eagles fan in the 30 years I've been on this
Mentioned
planet.
Sixers, but that's all right.
John,
It's been a long time.
you just like to just
He's trying to have
I
some joy.
remember
He's
summer-
trying to find
I remember
joy.
the summer before college and going to that parade. I remember.
Okay. Well, that's,
It's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago, John.
It was.
It has been a real long time. I can imagine.
All right. It is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show brought to us by Vonsi Brewing.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Can defense wins championships reign true again? So we've talked a lot this season about whether or not the Eagles can win this way. And this way has usually turned into a conversation about the offense. The offense, of course, a very, very, very run-oriented offense. Jalen Hurts, 20 pass attempts, but efficient, right? Efficient pass attempts. Scheming up guys wide open. Maybe one hot read where you're designing plays for guys to get open. That's something that Kellen Moore has done well with this season, just not this past Sunday. But when we also talk about this way, we also have to talk about defense first. And we talk about run first all the time. This team might also be defense first at times. You saw it on Sunday. The defense won that football game. Did they get a couple touchdowns offensively, especially in the second half? Yeah, they did. But if it wasn't for the defense forcing 3 interceptions on Jordan Love, special teams, the Oren Burks fumble on the very first play, who knows how this game goes? Can defense win championships reign true again?
Can it? Yeah. Because I think it's all about the individual matchups that come your way. I feel extremely confident about the Birds matching up with this Rams team that they're going to be able to do enough defensively and offensively to be able to advance. It is just it's a question because defense wins championships, honestly, is something that your dad said.
Okay.
Something from people from my era say. It's not something that honestly in the modern day NFL has held up.
Okay.
It's now the defense has to be competent.
Yes.
But we've seen a Kansas City Chiefs team beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl with a middle of the pack defense 2 years ago. They had a middle of the pack rated defense. Then last year, their offense was middle of the pack and their defense was towards the top of the NFL. The Chiefs flipped the script.
So it has happened as recently as last year.
But they weren't the top defense. Bottom line is this. 4 teams have won the Super Bowl with the top defense in this century. So if we just go with, if it begins with a 2, the year 2000.
Yeah.
4 times a parade has happened for the team in 25 Super Bowls has happened for the team that has the number 1 defense. But it hasn't happened recently, though.
It is okay to say that the Eagles are the better team, but the Rams have the better quarterback.
They have the better quarterback.
And I don't think that should be considered a slight toward Jalen Hurts, and I don't think anybody should be offended by that, but I know how we operate around here. I get it.
Again, very simply, if every general manager was in a room and this entire Eagles roster was constructed, you have the entire Eagles roster except quarterback, and you asked every general manager to come in a room and go, well, what quarterback are you picking to quarterback this team? I believe it would be almost unanimous that someone would say Stafford because the running, the passing, the offense.
And we're talking about a 1 year.
A 1 year thing.
You're not signing into a 5-year contract.
And I want a similar game plan on Sunday. In fact, I maybe even stir more towards more running.
Oh, it better be more running.
I mean, so I'm for a similar game plan. I want Jalen Hurts 22 times.
Yeah.
22 passes.
I want that to be the norm.
That's fine with me. I just want them to win in advance in whatever ways possible.
Just win, baby. Just win. That's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the OG Pills legendary Philly Lager, gold medal winner at the 2023 World Beer Cup for Best American Pilsner, the Walking on Clouds, which I love. Johnny told me that he knows people that drank the Walking on Clouds recently.
Yeah, I brought some of them home, and then Paulie from Atlanta was drinking them this week.
It's the flagship hazy IPA. It's delicious. And Johnny?
And the Vienna Lager, which is always good with the German ingredients.
Did Paulie have any Vienna lagers?
I don't think he did, because Paulie actually travels to over there.
Okay.
He goes to Oktoberfest, the Christmas market over there and everything.
Well, then he could have compared.
Bastard's already retired.
Then he could have compared.
He's not even 60 yet. Pisses me off.
Check out them on VonCBrewing.com. Find out where you can check out their Key.
I'm one of those people who cannot be that happy for my friends that are
see
like,
that.
yeah, what did you do today? Nothing.
Sounds nice.
Went golfing. Had dinner.
Sounds nice.
Nice, yeah. It's really
all those things sound
That's
nice.
right. Celebrate, but he flies up. They fly up, Amy, for every home Eagles playoff game.
I love it.
Grew up here, now live in Atlanta, but they fly up for every single game to go to see him.
So they'll be up
Which is
again
awesome.
on this
They'll be there.
Sunday.
They come in Saturday.
All right, one more bag of chips to give away. Perfect to go with Von C. Brewing, right? You drink a beer, and then
Sounds
you have
great.
one of, if not all 20 Wise Snacks chips from the variety box. Munch the
Just
good
yourself.
vibe on game day with Wise Snacks. Also, you'll get a pair of tickets to the Temple Tulane game this Sunday at 1 o'clock when Temple battles Tulane, American Athletic Conference rival, at the Liacouras Center. Stick around after the game for a special magic performance on the court. Bring the whole family. Kids tickets are only $10 on game day. For tickets, visit owlstix.com. So, Amy, Sunday, we feeling good still
Feeling
about the
good.
Eagles?
Still feel good.
And you want them to keep running the football as they should.
Yes. What are we doing?
Yeah,
Run the football. It's a good thing. You can still throw it. I'm not saying run
Yes.
it to the exclusion, but keep them honest. You got to run the ball. The run sets up the pass. It's always been that way. It'll continue to be that way.
Do you think we will be feeling better next week?
Yes, I do think we're going to be feeling better.
I think so.
I think we're going to be more positive.
It's been a weird week.
Also, like if you don't feel, if they win and you don't feel good,
then just stop.
Just exit yourself.
Yeah, they're in the NFC Championship game. Could
I
you
don't care
imagine
how they-
being miserable about being?
Yes, I can't
my
imagine
God,
some people.
Dave,
I
they're
can't
so
believe it.
bad.
Jalen didn't do it.
They won, but can they beat Detroit? I don't know.
It's always going to be that. Oh, but
Yeah, and we'll have that conversation.
These people must be fun at parties.
But the NFC Championship game, you get there. That's
get there,
that's an
you get
amazing
there.
feat.
you get there, you get there.
It's going to be absolutely awesome. Hopefully, did you hear the weather forecast earlier?
I did.
Could be some rain, could be some snow
Could be some
during the
snow.
day.
Meteorologist
I saw
John
that.
Kincade.
Yes, in the weather center, and that's not something that Matthew Stafford's had good luck with.
No, he's not done well. He's more of a dome guy.
He's a dome guy, and he doesn't like cold weather. I know that for a fact. So hopefully, it gets nice and cold too.
Yeah, exactly. I saw the temperatures are going to be dropping down. Obviously, if it snows in the forecast too. So
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Window Nation, and make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
You mentioned the Shady game earlier in the snow. I missed that entire thing.
how?
How? It was a 1 o'clock game.
Church on Sunday. Grandma's ride bailed, so we drove her back to the great Northeast up 95. The snow hit. We were stuck on 95 for 3 hours.
You listened to the game.
Yes, but I didn't watch a second of what
And they
people
were
are
losing.
claiming.
That game.
People are
The
claiming
visual
the
of that
greatest,
game
the
was
greatest
all
game that
time.
they've ever watched. I didn't watch
Truly
a second of it. We got
How does
Grandma
that
home
work?
safe.
That's all
we
that
got
matters.
Grandma home safe. But every time somebody brings...
You couldn't put her on like the regional
What?
rail or something?
No, Grandma was not
the
going
north.
up. No, to the Northeast. That wasn't
It's an
happening.
Eagles game, Amy.
Hey, Grandma, I need you to take the train, the bus,
Yeah,
another
figure
bus.
it out, Grandma.
Then I need you
we
to
gotta
walk.
lock in, okay?
You weren't really doing that very
Megatron's
well.
here. We got Shady.
Now you make me feel bad for Grandma.
Everybody have a great rest of your
Thanks
day.
for
Mike
having me, guys.
Missanelli Show coming your way next. Thank you, Amy. You're the best. We'll talk to you next week. We'll talk to you all tomorrow right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bring on the Rams and the snow, I guess. I'm Brandon Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Eagles are set to host the Los Angeles Rams this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. in the divisional round down at the link of the NFL playoffs. One aspect of the offense that many would like to see improved this weekend would be the passing attack. Kellen Moore spoke about their struggles in the wild card round yesterday and said he hopes to improve them on Sunday.